Murray, got the world in a spin. Blades in my hand, got the world in a spin. Javon's knife flicks, let the show begin. Every move sharp like the edge I hold. Stories untold, sharper than gold. Flick life, twist life, every frame tight. Knives on the screen, cutting through the night. Subscribers piling up like stacks on stacks. Javon's in the zone, ain't no turning back. Clicks and views, yeah, they fly like sparks. Knives in the dark, carving out my mark. From ballad songs, flipping to the sickest tricks. Javon's knife flicks where legends are lit. Every video's fresh like a polished blade. Precision and grind, that's how dreams get paid. Cutting through limits, breaking the streak. Javon on the rise, every fan's heartbeat. From tutorials fire to unboxings insane. Content so slick, you won't leave the lane. Blood, sweat, grip, stealing every flick. In Javon's world, sharp is the only pick. Flick life, twist life, every frame tight. Knives on the screen, cutting through the night. Subscribers piling up like stacks on stacks. Javon's in the zone, ain't no turning back. Debate, don't hate. 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 We're gonna take you back, gonna take you way back with the positive rap. Now tell me how about that? And in a matter of fact, yo, don't believe the hype. We about to shine a light, it's about to be out of sight. The classic sound that's coming back around. It's the ultimate breakdown that you can get down to. And it's brand new just for you, so take a listen. And here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take you back, we're gonna take you way back to the sounds of the past, for the message that will last. Debate, don't hate. 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 Say debating and you say hating. Now let's get to it, no hesitating. Come on, let's debate it. This hatred is faded. Now get up on the mic and tell me what you say. We came here to have a good time. We came here to free our minds. Don't leave that negativity behind, 'cause it's a celebration of life. We're gonna take you back, gonna take you way back with a positive rap. Now tell me how about that? And in a matter of fact, yo, don't believe the hype. We about to shine a light, it's about to be out of sight. The classic sound that's coming back around. It's the ultimate breakdown that you can get down to. And it's brand new just for you, so take a listen. And here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take you back. We're gonna take you way back to the sounds of the past with the message that will last. Debate, don't hate. Debate, don't hate. Debate, don't hate. Debate, don't hate. Debate, yo, I say debating and you say hating. Now let's get to it, no hesitating. Come on, let's debate it. This hatred is faded. Now get up on the mic and tell me what you're saying. We came here to have a good time. We came here to free our minds. Don't leave that negativity behind, 'cause it's a celebration of life. Don't hate. Don't hate. Don't hate. Don't hate. Debate, don't hate. My channel may be nice, but I have the most fun on the lines. Settle in and grab a snack. Javon and his vibe will arrive to attack. Talking blades and casting shade. There may be some friendly debate, but please no hate. Wow! My channel may My channel may review knives, but I have the most fun on the lives. Settle in and grab a snack. Juvan and his vibe will arrive to attack. Talking blades and casting shade. There may be some friendly debate, but please no hate. But please no hate. My channel may very few nights, but please no hate. But please no hate. Eyes wide open, the clock don't rest. Street lights flicker, got a blade in my chest. Not fear, just thrills as the steel shines thin. In the glow of my insomniac, sit and spin. Late night cuts where the stories begin. Fingers on fire and the metal's my kin. Stream it live where the fearless win. This is Juvan's night flick, sit and spin. Glit in the dark, oh the dance so slick. The edge does the talking, every sound it clicks. World's asleep, but the shimmer won't fade. Precision's my game, and the craft's my blade. Late night cuts where the stories begin. Fingers on fire, and the metal's my kin. Stream it live where the fearless win. This is Juvan's night flick, sit and spin. Under moonlight, the sparks they fly. Sharp as my wit, slicing through the sky. The rhythm of midnight, sharp edges sing. Tuned in, live to the late night king. Drip of the blade, it's a beauty so raw. The curve, the balance leaves the world in awe. Restless minds find their solace in steel. Craft in a story no day could reveal. Late night cuts where the stories begin. Fingers on fire and the metal's my kin. Stream it live where the fearless win. This is Juvan's night flick, sit and spin. Glint in the dark, oh the dance so slick. The edge does the talking, every sound it clicks. World's asleep, but the shimmer won't fade. Precision's my game, and the craft's my blade. Late night.
Went out because we only had a little bit, but are you high on cigarettes? And when that stuff runs out, you're gonna wanna make it. Are you high on cigarettes?
Let's watch Juvan's weirdness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvan's weirdness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvan's weirdness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvan's weirdness and get high on cigarettes. Do you know that you're right or wrong? 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 He don't smoke 'em, but he loves it when you do. That's why he's high on cigarettes. And if you find him, you should light him up with you. He's getting higher on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvan's weirdness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvan's weirdness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvan's weirdness and get high on cigarettes.
This is Bill Cosby. Now that everybody has told you about the dangers of doing drugs, I'd like to tell you about some of the benefits. Just imagine yourself unconscious, making a visit to a hospital emergency room, weeks in rehabilitation centers, nights in overcrowded prisons, spending more money than you can afford, ruining your health, hurting your parents, losing your loved ones, and most of all, destroying yourself. Remember what I say about doing drugs. I think you can say no.
That did not age well. What's everybody doing, guys? Good to see everyone on an earlier than usual Insomniac sit and spin. We are now going to move up an hour. That was a popular consensus, not by a ton. I won't necessarily stop sooner. It just means that I'll be here earlier, if that makes sense. Be Shady channel member. Hold on, I've got to clear a frog out of my throat. That was gnarly. Be Shady channel member in the house. We got brother Marco. We got my man Marcos Gamma in the house. What is up, Marcos? Richard Hopkins channel member in the house. And we got Sobek Scooter is in the house. The man, the myth, the legend himself. I got something to show you, Sobex. We have got, and tell me if y'all can hear me or can't hear me. I'm not at the bottom yet, but I'm almost there. Fed Harrison in the house. Yes, yes, yes. What is up, brother Fed? Scrolling. If I miss anybody, absolutely. We're going to talk about that. I missed Stevie's impromptu live, but I've been thinking a lot about Sharp Guy, ATX, and Pocket Razor, and we'll make sure that the love stays alive in the room, because again, it's we're only here for a short time. You know, that's just the easiest way to say it. Seize the day. Brother Ed is in the house. What is up, Ed? I'm making sure I haven't missed anybody. Video comment. What is up? We got Neil McKenzie in the house and channel member. What is up, Neil? I'm trying to get to the bottom. Welcome, video comment. Good to see you in the room, man. Everybody in here, say hello to video comment. Ryan Ellis is in the house. I bet you do, big boy. Jesse, what is up, brother? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Seeing a lot of familiar faces. Love it, love it, love it. I hope everybody's having a great week. It is only Tuesday, and it's only 9:15. So figured I put out a poll after we talked about it on the members live on Saturday, and moving up an hour, I didn't want to jump into another live stream. And I'm really not, because the audiences are totally different. And that's why if I'm here early and there are not many people here, that's great. But the people that are on the East Coast that, you know, don't stay up all hours of the night like I do, gives you a little more time to come over and hang with each other. Because really, that's what these live streams are. It'd be great if I had a Bob DeMarco style show. It's really a place for you guys to hang out, talk to each other, find about knives, talk about what's on your mind. I'll try to show y'all a few cool things along the way. We'll do an unboxing later. I'll show you a couple of new Ulti clips that I bought on Amazon, the APH and the AH. Totally different kind of clip, specifically made for belt carry, but it works great for a pocket dropper. Talk about this little guy that I've been absolutely beating the shit out of. I'm waiting for the one that Kyle sharpened it to come in, and then I'm going to do an official kind of release, talk about this knife, talk about what this one's been through. It's, for me, it's the perfect little knife. Will it be for everybody? Who knows? Everybody's different. But for me, the way that it fits in my palm, the way that when Shane redesigned this little area here where my thumb and my choil kind of come together, it is a cardboard shredding, i.e., I would call it an urban EDC, perfect knife for me. And that rhymes. Some kind of a rapper too. Chris229, what is up, brother? Channel member, good to see you. Good to see you. So I'm trying to think. Saturday, the Knight's Edge happened to come in and leave, and he was the one that won Saturday's giveaway. But I've got a cool one this Saturday. So So you guys, we do those now at 2:30. I think we move those back, and they're just a little hour live for you guys. One thing, and I was talking to Ryan and a couple other guys in the group that said this looked like, or Shane nailed it with the Baker, but this is a Kaiser Drop Bear Fix 7. Has a terrible sharpening choice, but it is a beast of a knife. From Kaiser, it is honking huge. So I'd said in the group, it reminded me when I unboxed it more of a Medford than a Kaiser. And I was looking today because I've got some stuff we were going to look at. And I'm going to show you the reason I said that. I wasn't just losing my mind. It was this knife that I was thinking about. And this is a Medford Jungle Fighter Pro. And I think that's the knife that was kind of in my brain, even though this looks totally different. But does it? I mean, it's similar. The Kaiser has contoured handles. But anyways, neither here nor there. I'll be interested to see how this knife hacks stuff. Because the Drop Bear is a little knife. This knife's designed by Azo, A-Z-O, who's a big designer for Kaiser. I don't know if you can see where this edge terminates here. There's this little piece of metal that sticks up. I don't know why. You can either grind this off with a sharpening stone or a belt or a Dremel, or maybe cut a little groove in there. Now, how much are you going to, or am I going to sharpen a knife like this? This one's $10.95. They also make it in AEBL. But never seen anything from Kaiser in the 4.5, 5 years I've been in this little knife game, since whenever lockdown was, this big. This is by far the biggest. It is a monster. They also sent along a little, I don't know if y'all remember the Big Lighter. The Big Lighter was a very popular folding knife from Kaiser. And they do a little thin, light, fixed blade with a Tonto, with the sheep's foot, or with the drop point in AEBL. I haven't done anything except unbox with these knives, but this is kind of a comfortable little knife. It's going to be a fun little beater to test out and see what it's about. And they're affordable for that well under $100 range. So with that being said, I have been impressed with the fixies I've seen, and this is a fixie I've seen, I think 3 times. They keep making minor improvements to it. I don't know why it keeps coming to me, but we'll open it, look at it. How is everybody doing? What is on everybody's mind? I hope y'all are having a good week. I hope everything is starting out smooth. I know it's early in the week. Mine has started out with a couple of little unplanned adventures. Nick Ranger, what is up, brother? Ryan is always hard at it. He's just making it happen, dudes. I've got to get to be making it happen. I've got to get back to some kind of regular grind. This content creation, if you want to call it that, talking to myself about knives and doing live streams gets a little maddening after a while. I need some balance. I need to be, when I was working, the channel was so much, it seems like it would be harder to run, but it was actually easier to run. And when I say run, that means talk to myself about a knife and upload a video each day. I did upload something cool today that I bought on Amazon when I was getting a couple of other things. It was an impulse buy. Hello, Kathleen Smith, channel member. And I figured it kind of fit the EDC mold. I'll grab it here in a second. It's a little T-bar toolkit that has all your Torx bits. I'm going to keep it in my car. It's also got spanner bits and other bits, but it's got a really neat handle that's kind of modular. I'd seen it on Instagram and went and found one on Amazon. Anyway, it's pretty cool. And there, I just, when I unboxed it, did it on camera and uploaded a late night video. So there's a video out there with something that's not a knife, What do we got here? What do we got here? Let's see what Scotty's sharing. Ah. Are you using this for storage? Well, that's a good price. Here, I'm going to share that. Cobalt mini base, which is 11 by 7 by 6. Are y'all talking knife storage, Sobex? Or just looking for toolboxes? 'Cause I'm still a huge fan of Harbor Freight stuff, but I've never gone the toolbox route. Now I know Tri-State's got a huge rolling toolbox, and that would be optimal. But for me, I've got 4 Apache cases, and then I've got knives behind me in this little case. All of that stuff came from Harbor Freight. So Harbor Freight, what I've always done, and I forget where. Let me pull it up. They make a bigger one, but this is the size that has always worked for me. And why is it asking me cookie questions? I've actually got 4 of them. And the one thing that I do to make them a little bit better than what they are, see, these things are going to cost $34. I've got a black one, 2 black ones, an orange one, and a tan one. And it comes with pick and pluck foam. So what I do, if I can get a bigger picture of it, is I will pluck the foam. I've got mine laid out. You can see right here where he's got these mags. I will pluck my foam 2 at a time. I'll skip 2 spaces, pick those 2 out, skip 2 spaces, pluck those 2 out. So I do 2 solid pieces in between my foam. And then there's actually 2 layers of foam that sit on top of each other. And then what I do is I get 1 can of Plasti Dip from Lowe's, which is right next door to Harbor Freight. So I'll go in there and I'll get a black can of Plasti Dip. And I'll lay those 2 with the holes plucked out on newspaper side by side. And I'll take that Plasti Dip and I'll just take a real light coating and coat one side of both of those foam pieces. And I'll let it dry for like 10 minutes. And then I'll go back out and I'll spray a real light coating. I'll do that on both sides till that entire can of Plasti Dip's gone. But if you do it too fast, it'll puddle up. You just want to do just a little bit because that soaks it up. And these cases are humidity controlled, which in Alabama kind of helps. So what I do is I'll put a couple of, I've got a lot of them actually, those little troll candy packs in here. And then it's got a little vacuum deal there that you can seal it. Kind of like an inexpensive Pelican case, but they've worked very well for me. And they're great for traveling. I've taken them to Blade Show. I've taken them other places. The other thing I got that I really like, and you can get this on sale sometimes, but I was surprised at how the quality that it was. Let's see if I can find it, if they still got it. Yeah, this guy right here. That's what's behind me with stickers on it. And that's just a felt lined little cabinet. I throw fixed blades in the top. I used to have slip joints up there. I've got them in a small Apache case now. I keep fixed blades in the bottom drawer, the second to the bottom drawer, a couple of slip joints here, maintenance tools here. I keep some more maybe slip joints here. And then these have dividers in them. These 2 top drawers have dividers. So I keep flashlights in one and pins in the other. But it is a cool little case. Now it's not movable. It's not something you'd pick up, throw in your car and take to Blade Show like you would an Apache case. And it doesn't seal as tightly, but they work really well. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of both of those and can personally vouch for them because I live with them. That's exactly right. You can get it for well under 85 bucks. And I'm signed up for Harbor Freight. When I went in there one day, they took my phone number and they'll text you coupons. So if you catch that 75 and you got like a 5% or 10% coupon, you can get it for even cheaper than that. But they work well. So I've got an Apache right here. And so that's a 3800 size. And I think I've got 46 knives in there. Yeah, I have got 46 in each of my 3800 cases. I could get a lot more in there, but I wanted to keep foam between. So I diagonally staggered each row going back, but then I left two little rows of foam between each single row of foam that I take out. And then I keep that old foam because if you've got short knives, you can, put a few more pieces of foam down there so it'll all sit up. McRanger, I got my first Apache. I think I had 6 or 7 knives. I had a CJRB Rhea, which was a great knife. I had a Pelican, QSP Pelican. I had a Civivi Elementum. I'm trying to think. I had a CJRB Tigris. I had several, but I could tell that I was starting to buy a lot of budget knives. This was long before I had a channel. So I'd seen those on one of the knife channels because I was watching a lot of content at the time and just went out and picked up my first one, over a 4-year addictive period where when I was working, I was buying a knife or two a week. A lot of those I've given away. And now that I've got a channel, I'm not buying as many knives, but I do get knives sent to me from time to time, which is always appreciated. And those usually get given away too. But I've kept my cases pretty full. One of them is probably like 15 knives from being full, but they fluctuate. And then the worst thing, the other part that I don't talk about, let's see if I can find this. Play. Large. I can pull this up real quick. All right, so on my bedroom door, I have one of these hanging up. Kind of a joke, but it has 2 hooks and it hangs on the back of your door, and it will hold. I think it's got like 100 and something slots. Has these 2 hooks, so I've got that full of EDC fixed blades on the back of my door. So that's where some other knives live. Now they don't have any protection like from humidity or anything, but you could roll it up. I never would. And again, it's more of a novelty item. But if you've got some knives to store, this is a pretty inexpensive option. This guy, I want to say $30 when they're in stock, and they hold 43 by 5 pockets. Looked like more. So it's 40 per one of these that'll hang on your door, or you can carry around. Oh, I'm not sharing it. Let me share it. I don't know if it's shared before. But I keep some fixed blades in there too. So the other thing I got in last week was the scariest knife to come across my table yet from TKL. This is a TKL Guardian. It's a Warncliffe. You don't want to break down cardboard with it because it's got a 60-degree, 30% bevel on the bottom, on the reverse tanto, and on about first 3 inches or 2.5 inches of the front. So what this is designed to do is to put really wide gaping holes in watermelons. It's small, it's agile. They make a grip kit now for this knife, which is the same style as the Warthog that I did a review on, or an overview, and I put the extended grips on it. So you can take these grips off. They use a T20. You just back them out, and you can put on these extended grips that come together back here. You take one of these tang bolts out and you move it back, and it gives you another 3/4 of an inch on that knife. But guys, I would hate to get poked with that. That is a Slurpee saver. You come a sneaking, you definitely gonna be leaking type of knife. And the other one they sent me is the new version of the first TKL knife I ever experienced from them. And it's the little combatant, which is just a combo small EDC fixed blade with the tactical edge. You know, it's just a drop point, a little bit thicker grind, a little bit harder to use knife. Really been pleased with this one. I think this is, yeah, this one's 80 CRV2 with a nitrite boron coating. And it's about, I want to say, exactly 7 inches. So that's a little 7-incher. The Guardian, I think, 7 inches too. Now, the Guardian is going to be a little longer. The Guardian is probably 7.5. And I would much rather, even though I hate to even say that, I would much rather get poked with the combatant than with the Guardian. And then, hey, Bando Picks, what's going on, buddy? And this is a really cool little knife. I've got a relationship I started last year with Rife Knives. They're a USA made company. This has got that ulti clip I just bought and put on there that I haven't tried. I haven't put it in my pocket yet. But this is the Rife F3, which is probably their smallest little bushcrafting fixed blade. They don't make petite fixed blades per se. They make more working knives. And this is the little worker, the F7 in DLC coated Magna Cut, a really nice contour G10 handle, right around 7 inches. I have not done a review on it because I haven't had time to cut a lot with it. But that'll be coming. Very cool little knife. More of a, and I hate to even use this word because I'm so uneducated with it, but it's a bushcrafting style knife. The other one is a circadian, which is even a little bit bigger and a little bit more of a worker, whether it's food prep, whether you're going camping, starting a fire, whether you're breaking down a bunch of cardboard, whatever the case may be. This is a little sheep's foot. They also make it in a drop point. It's Magna Cut. It is contoured micarta handles. Just a well done production knife that I was aware of, but have just now for the first time been able to experience. And again, haven't cut a ton with them. Hobbies can be very expensive. Geek Machines, that's awesome. It is had a custom kydex made by Marco at Custom Carry Solutions. Nice. Let me go to Custom Carry Solutions real quick. Is he on Etsy? Let's see if this is. But it is. Those are nice. Are these his? Right here. Etsy's got some great stuff. This is what Etsy shows me as a store, and it looks like when you get in here, they've got sheaths for all kinds of knives and a pull down, like there's the Kaiser hair, Park River Benchmade. Here's the F3. I don't know why it takes long to load these pictures up on Etsy. I promise I'm not on a snail crawl or internet connection. But yeah, that's nice. There's a little rattle in the standard sheath. I don't know if you can hear that, just slight. And the retention point, I like the way they've hit it with that bolt, but that's very cool. This guy's got some nice sheaths. It looks like he does some leather kydex work too. Or leather loops. That's just a loop for scalp carry. Let's go back. Very cool stuff. I got the only custom sheath. Well, not custom. I've had several leather custom sheaths, but the only custom kydex I got was for my White River small game, and it was from Artemis sheaths or Artemis holsters. That's a leather over kydex. So that's a kydex sheath with leather wrapping it. You see those more and more now. Those are really cool. We saw at Blade Show, Shane's he's taking a nap because he's been working for like 14 hours. But we saw a guy, and I forget his name. He's out of Chattanooga, and he came up to us at the pit one night, and he had one of his sheaths. He was a sheath maker that Shane had met the year before, and said his sheaths weren't nearly what they were when we saw them. But he heat treats his sheaths, whatever that means. He water forms them or wet forms them. Then he somehow heats that up to make it very rigid, because when you put the knife in the sheath, it clicked. And it was just leather. There was no kydex. Very, very cool. His only presence is on Etsy. I'm going to share his, what sucks so bad is I think if I take off all of this, the UTM code at the end, if y'all ever share links off Etsy, you take everything off except for the to the question mark and leave just like the first part of it, and it's a lot more readable link. But this is Custom Carry Solutions Etsy store. It's just Custom Carry Solution, singular. His work looks outstanding. I love his thumb ramps. His thumb ramps look next level. I'm a big thumb ramp fan. Most of the time, even on nice knives, TKL does them really well, but theirs have jimping on them. They're more angled, or something like the Rife is just an angled push off. But I've got several. I don't have one close, but like Very Good Knife Company, and a lot of people make that. What they do is when they heat it up, they actually take their thumb, and because I watched Jacob do it on Very Good Knife Company's one of their live streams, and they push it in there to give it that imprint, which is your push off, because they lock up somewhere else. That's what makes all sheaths unique, and what makes them good or bad. Sometimes I've got one sheath, actually a couple, that are almost too tight. Now, if I had a heat gun or if I wanted to take the time, I could loosen those up a little bit. To me, it doesn't really bother me. I can get them out. They're just tighter than I'd like. Because there's a material called Bore something. It's not Kydex. Hold on. Let me go. Superior Kydex material. And I think you see this more on Pews, and you're seeing it now on I think it's Bore. What's it called? Something with the B. Y'all know it's something with the B, like I know, let me look. I know where I can look. It is Bolatron is what it's called. It's a brand name. Bolatron is a little bit thicker than Kydex and more resistant to some stuff, and it works well. So there is that. So you've got Kydex, you got Bolatron, and you've got leather. I like leather, prefer leather, but I keep most of my stuff in my pocket and pocket drop it. There's some cases where Kydex with a horizontal belt clip like this works great. I mean, you put it on your belt, you carry your appendix or wherever it's not going to get in the way, small your back, and you've got a great little carry package. I think that's what makes an EDC fixed blade usable or not. The fact that you can, carry it and carry it comfortably, carry it the way you want to carry it. That's why I think there should be flexibility. That's why the more lashing points on your sheath, the better. You'll see some sheaths that are limiting in those lashing points, and it's okay. And you'll also see taco sheaths. These are pancakes because you've got two pieces that are flattened down together, so you've got eyelets on both sides. You'll also see taco sheaths that are folded over where you'll only have the holes on the one side. They make them thinner, still very carryable. I kind of prefer a pancake sheath because, again, I carry in my back pocket. Unless I'm carrying something huge, I'll carry it on my side, or if I'm carrying a camp knife, I'll carry it on my side. I think the Kydex leather combos are probably the best. Richard, I'd love to see a picture of that, buddy, because the downside of the Mercury Cali, I love the way the sheath was designed, but it was definitely very, very thin. I live in Menards for 17. That is awesome. I think Menards are more north than we are, but I would definitely check that out. One of the best knives I found last year, definitely got more views in a lot of the knife videos I put out there, was the Swiss Tech Like, which was I say like Leicht. It's the Walmart brand. Real small little fixed blade. I happened to be in Walmart, my local Walmart, buying Boost plus shakes for my dad, and walked past an end cap that had a couple of them. It was like $38, and I bought it. I was amazed by it. It was a great little knife. One of you guys won it. It's called Swiss Tech, and if you go to Swiss Tech's website, hey Todd Carr, they've got an actual website. It's called SwissTech.com, but when you go look at their address, it's in Bentonville, Arkansas, which is where Walmart is, and the only place it's available is Walmart. So it makes me think that it's a Walmart company or Walmart acquired company. It is a great knife. It's thin, it's slicey. I had an Ulti clip on mine too. I put either an Ulti clip or a Carry Concepts deep concealment clip that I really, really like. And I'm really curious to see how this one carries. I can tell you the APH, which I've got on my little TKL. I've got a TKL worn EDC, the collaboration with Melissa Backwoods EDC, and it's got one of those little wire V clips on the Kydex sheath. I've actually got it in a leather sheath right now, but I'm going to put this on and mount it vertically so I can use it as a pocket dropper. And what you do is you just pull that spring together. This one I put on before the live. It was really easy. It comes with 2 different little mounts. It's a cool way to do a clip, I think. Again, it's designed for belt carry. I mounted it for back pocket carry, and I tested it. I can pull the knife out. Always instinctively put my thumb when I have a knife in my back pocket. I won't just jerk it out. I guess what's up, Paul Mills, channel member, my brother? How are you, buddy? Double D, what's up? Good to see you, man. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, everybody. And like I said, I missed said Stevie's live the other night, saw it afterwards, and thought it was a great thing to bring people together. A sharp guy, ATX, I remember vividly. I mean, he sent me some stuff, a knife, a little Joe Ramone knife I've got, super nice guy. Pocket razors, just a lot of good people in the community. And it's hard because, you know, Stevie's great about keeping up with just about everybody. I mean, Stevie's a communicator. I'm more of an introvert in a lot of ways, where I'm not as much of a communicator. I guess it's just kind of my personality, right? Derek, for real, what's up? I used to be a social butterfly, but as I've gotten older, taking care of my dad, doing stuff like that, it just kind of zaps me out of a lot of that. Derek, for real, is the man, and he's in the house. Good to see you, brother. Channel member. Derek is a good guy. I was blessed to meet him and Sobex. Sobex and I have been in chat rooms together for 5 or 6 years, talking it out. What's up, YouTube Music Portal? And got to meet him for the first time in person at Blade Show this past year, which was awesome. And then met Derek, several other good people. Had a really good time. I mean, it takes you a while to get Blade Show behind you, and I think it's because it's such a dopamine dump. I think it's so much excitement and anticipation leading up to it. There's so much excitement had just being around people, being around the knives, and then you come back to reality, and it's kind of like boom, gravity is heavy. It is pulling on you. We'll open this up real quick. See what Vosti's done with the mink. The mink is a knife that I saw at Blade Show 2022 or 2023. It was when you had it there. Vosti was a small table, you and a young lady. You was one of the main designers and owners. And he had this fixed blade, didn't have a sheath or anything. And at the end of the show, I didn't even have 1,000 subscribers to my channel, but he told me I could take it because he wanted to figure out what to do about a sheath. And I think as far as EDC fixies that have come out, they make it in a sheep's foot that's always hard to find in stock. But it comes with all the Vosti swag. New member Robert Jones, dude. Thank you. Be sure to come Saturday to the Short Member Live. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate the support. Appreciate the confidence. And the Saturday live streams are just for you guys. They're short and they're always give back. These knives are packaged well. I just think it's a good knife.
What's up, dude?
What is up, Kyle?
How we doing?
We're doing good, buddy. This is probably the 4th mink that I've had. I had the first mink that you gave me without a sheath. I always take these half tech locks off and put on something smaller. But if you like a tech lock, it works very well. Then I bought a drop point, bought a sheep's foot, was sent another one to review because they keep doing these minor updates. I think this is just a blade steel update, but it's small, it's light, economical. Just a knife, good knife, very slicey, thin knife. Kyle, how have you been, buddy?
I'm all right. Yourself?
I am good. I think I've been studying my handles, and you won't be able to tell much from them. But I've been studying my handles that I put that work on.
Yeah.
And there are a couple of areas, and I wonder if it's just because what I would do is I would on each grit, I probably spent 5 to 10 minutes just to get it smooth. I'd wipe the dust off to make it look even. And I've got a couple of areas that are still a little bit opaque. You can kind of see one right there.
It's kind of hard to see with your lighting, but
yeah, I know. But I wonder if it's in the top coat or if it could be, I could polish that forever and it's still going to look like that. It made a difference though. It really did. Can you tell?
I mean, I can see a little bit of sheen to them, but it's hard to see with the lighting.
Yeah, my lighting is shitty.
But yeah, the part of that is if it's below the surface level, then you would have to get with your grit all the way down to that point to get past the opaque part.
To wherever it needs to be thinned out?
Yeah, because that may just be a low spot.
Right. Well, I mean, hopefully I'm going to give it a little bit more time on the polishing cloth, and we'll see what happens. It's definitely been an improvement because on one side I could see like a vein of glue almost. I can't see that anymore. Derek, for real, has been a member for 3 months. Thank you, brother.
What's up, everyone? Todd, Scooter, Derek, Richard, Mick, everyone else who said, hey, I missed. What's going on?
Tuesdays are tough, dude. I did a poll talking during the members live about possibly moving this up. You know, there's another live that goes on with Coles, but we don't share a lot of the same viewers. Right. And several people wanted it to start a little earlier. I'll let it go late if people, like the late night life, but I'm kind of an anomaly in that. I think I'm one of the few people that is a vampire that does my work and stuff late, after midnight.
I typically am a night owl, but the weird thing is for Tuesdays, I seem to drag for some reason. I don't know if it's catching up with all the, because usually Mondays are rough for me because I don't get sleep much on Mondays, but
maybe that's it. Because Tuesdays, I don't know if it's just the, Mondays and Tuesdays are both rough for me. Fridays are usually the best. Thank you, Kathleen. I appreciate you, young lady.
Hey, Jesse. Hey, Kathleen. Joe
Isabella. What
Joe,
is up, buddy?
I got to talk to you, Joe. I don't know if Crispy told you or not, but I had a interesting thought the other day about you. So we'll chat.
Very cool. Ron Crow, what is up, buddy? Ron, when are you going live Saturday, bud? I'm going to keep the members at 2:30, but as you know, all you got to do is pop in there. Make sure I know when you're live. Have you moved it up to 3 permanently? I sent Scott because I can't get the Google Sheets on the Knife Tube schedule, which I don't know why, because I use Google Sheets for a lot of things. But I can't save my time. Like I can't move my time up and have it save. It'll save on my sheet, but it doesn't save across. And I don't know if he's got it set that way, but I sent him a DM asking him to move this up an hour to 9:15. KHU 8-inch fixed blade. I got an interesting little Amazon thing I bought today. I actually bought it yesterday and got it today. Made a video of it. Have you seen that a T-handle ratchet?
I've seen T-handle ratchets. I don't know what you're talking.
It's called a T-handle. You can find them on Amazon. There are probably 1,000 different OEMs that make them.
I know what you're talking about.
Huh?
I know what a T-handle ratchet is, but I don't know which one you're talking about.
Well, these are little they're magnetic, so it's got, you can take the handles off each side, make it small. I'll show it to you here in just a second. Find this NAF real quick.
Did you already make a video on it?
I did. I put one up this afternoon. I haven't.
I don't watch videos.
What?
I said sorry. I don't watch videos now. I feel bad.
Oh, I know. No, I know you don't, dude. I just, again, it was just a thrown up video, and it's not a knife video. I've noticed that Lefty's been putting up a lot of pew pew videos that have really been good, where he's out on the range. He did a video yesterday. He picked up, I guess he's in a gun buying thing now, and he picked up a really cool pew pew, and he was out on the range, and his camera angle, and I know he uses an iPhone, was letting him shoot the picture through the optic where you can see the red dot on the target.
Yeah, they have optic cam setups like that. You can do now.
Are they attachments, or are they just special cameras?
Well, they have different, there's apps and programs depending upon, you can do, like, there are scope cams that you can actually put on, and then it'll just view through it and record to a different device. So it depends on, I don't know what he's using, but I know, like, for scopes, it's a lot easier on scopes because you can actually put this behind it and then it just records separately. So
I found a KHU neck knife. All right, there's the KHU 8-inch. Is that the 8-inch? Let me share this. See if this is the knife that Geek Machinist is talking about. They've got that one, and I'm sure they got others. Can't tell how many inches that is. 7.9. Yeah, but that's it. Is that it, Geek Machinist?
yeah, I haven't seen anything from Lefty in a long time, but he's always been into guns.
Yeah, he has been. And he had a lot of people in the YouTube group questioning him about that. Wasn't he worried about his monetization, this, that, and the other? He's like, no. He goes, all you have to do is set your settings. I mean, there's a way. I mean, it's allowed.
Yeah, there's no reason, like, I don't know why people are so sensitive about that, but it, yeah, I know I'd heard that he purchased a Staccato recently.
That's what it is. Hold on, let me pull it up.
I know what you're talking about because I saw the video on Instagram, not on YouTube. Yeah, he bought the new HD.
Yeah, I saw, who was it that did, somebody did a video on the P320. Oh, that OTBX guy or whatever, CRBX or whatever his name is. He tested two of his and thinks,
of course he has those. He has no business talking about that.
Thinks it's all clickbait. Thinks that there's no issue. I told you about him. I told you about him showing up here, didn't I?
Yeah.
Not at my house, but at my knife store.
Yeah, of course he does. There's a serious issue with those.
Yeah, I think it goes without. I think they've even isolated it, right? They know what it is.
For the most part, yeah. But the problem is it's not that there's an issue. It's how it's being handled by the company. That's the problem.
What are they? Are they just not acknowledging it?
Oh no, they're claiming that there is nothing wrong with it and that people are lying.
Hey, Karen, channel member, good evening.
So whatever. Well,
it'll come out, right? I mean, there's no way it won't. I would think.
Yeah.
But yeah, his video is M1718 P320. They feeding you clickbait ? So I think his whole thing is, I don't know if that's what his video probably says the real thing, that it's, it's a failure. But don't
give him any attention, Javon. Sorry, you do what you want. It just, if you don't like someone, the worst thing you can do for them is just not show their stuff.
Well, no, I mean, I just think I think it's, people should be aware. I mean, he did the whole, not HRC, but what's that other type? The lead testing.
Yeah.
And then he got called out, fought it, and then lost that battle and ended up getting a HRC tester. But he's just there are people out there that do that kind of stuff. There are a lot of them out there that do that.
And I'm not saying that you can't like someone. I'm just saying if you don't like someone, just don't give them any attention, because I mean, that's what they crave.
That's the fact. You can't feed it, because feeding it, what do they say? Negative publicity is better than no publicity at all.
Yeah.
In a big way. But no, I have no ill will for him. I hope he's successful with his content. I just hope I don't bump into him at Knives and More one day, because that would be awkward.
Yeah,
that would be very awkward.
I said, let them talk. Don't censor them, and let them bury themselves in ignorance.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
don't highlight them if you don't want them to be spreading info. So,
right.
That's the only. That's my issue. Is I don't want people to not be able to talk about what they want to talk about. It's just I want them to be held accountable for it, and either you give out the correct information or you don't, and you get told you don't. So,
and there's a lot of truth keeping in the comment section for sure. And his comeback, I only heard this from who did he call out? Was it Jared? It was somebody. I forget what the situation was, but he likes that. His and there's a valid type of creator there. I mean, he wants people to feel when they watch his videos, both with him and against him, because the more people he gets debating in the comment section, the more the video gets pushed out. That's just the reality of how that algorithm works. If people are fighting over something in a video, it's going to be shown to a lot more people, hey, brown sugar, than a video that's just getting a couple of comments.
Yeah, he's definitely troll baiting everybody, but I don't know.
There have been a lot of discussions and some pretty cool, interesting tips. You know how Chat GPT and AI thing, and it's a bad word, but it's reality. Some of these guys that have started channels are using Chat GPT to come up with titles and to come up with descriptions. So I tested it for a week to see if it made a difference. It didn't. But you basically can ask it. It's bizarre how deeply it'll go. I mean, I don't know when the last time you went to, and I've never tried the one on X, Gronk, but I don't know, or there's several others, but Chat GPT, and you don't have to log in. A lot of people think you have to set up an account to use it. You can just say no thanks and just use the free API. But you can ask it wild shit, man, and it comes back with stuff that looks pretty accurate. Recipe stuff. If you're ever looking for what's the percentage of this metal and this blade steel, it'll tell you. I mean, and it does it so quickly. But what I found amazing is how quickly it will write letters or write DMs or write email replies, and how little editing. You should always edit if you use AI, because AI is real bad about using a dash. That's not really common in common language.
I think.
Go ahead, bro.
So I was gonna say I think that AI is it's for what you're talking about, for writing like a title or something. That's just lazy. But in context to the information that if you're searching for an answer for something, it gives you, there is zero. I don't want to phrase this. It's not accurate to the point where you can trust it or use it as a resource or use it as a credential. But because all it's doing is scouring the internet, grabbing all of the results and mashing them together and giving the best answer potential. But it's not necessarily going after, it's just searching what everyone says. So it can be taking false information and putting it into a hypothesis and saying, here's what it is. So
correct.
It's only giving out what it's being fed. So
that's the key to use it effectively. You nailed it. Garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah, the accuracy of it is only dictated by what it's searching. So I wouldn't use it as a set in stone answer for anything. And I think people get hooked on thinking that, oh, well, instead of going and doing the research myself, I'll just ask this and it'll tell me the right thing.
I
Well,
think there are a lot
it'll
of
tell
young
you
people that do
something.
that. Yeah, you're exactly right. Don't lose that thought. I'm gonna give Paul a hug real quick.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother.
And to finish that thought, the bad thing is it makes people lazy like that because they're not willing to learn the why of an answer. They're just looking for the answer. So there's zero understanding of,
you're exactly
get
and
there.
the way businesses are using it are scary because there are these things that show up on my Instagram because I've got a lot of business accounts and digital marketing accounts, but it talks about the top 10 Chat GPT business hacks. And one of them and it tells you the script to feed Chat GPT to make you a projection template. Again, that's laziness. But what you do and what the people are doing on YouTube are saying, I want to do a review on this Edgy American Blades fret in MagnaCut 91 or 96 HR or 50, whatever, HRC 64 HRC. Please write a title as a YouTube SEO expert would, something like that. And I forget the exact script, but you put in terms to make it change the way it's formulating its question. And then you check it and you change it. You see if it's a title that makes sense. You see if it's a 4-sentence description that makes sense. But if you're looking for, because that's one thing in digital marketing that I did for over 10 years, I was never really great at was SEO, which is search engine optimization, doing
Right.
little keywords, the
old
stuff
hashtags and
exactly
the back end of websites.
And now you can't use a lot of that. But you can use just a few. And so what it does is instead of me learning how to do all that, which I did for a couple of years, I wanted to see if I could get my videos to get more views by titling them different or using different thumbnails. And I'm just basically not creative. I don't think it's that I'm lazy as much as I'm just not creative. So I'm not doing it anymore just because I didn't see much of a lift off of it. But I think in the future, you're going to see more and more of that being utilized because these cheat sheets that I see are everything from life hacks, and it's the specific wording that you feed it. So let me Google something.
Yeah, but to a point, then you think about it, it's not necessarily being lazy. It's a risk reward thing. Is it worth the time to put into that thumbnail or that title versus what you're going to get back from it? And if the return's not worth it, then why bother?
Absolutely. And I think a lot of it is harnessing what is the best way to use it. Let's see how to use it professionally.
So I'll give you an instance of AI that I think implemented is okay. I'm against it in most cases, but like for instance, I'm not going to go into details, but I've got a relative that works in finance, and they're a trainer, national trainer for programs. Well, their training protocol, they've got obviously, like these are the steps for this program or for this program. So they've created basically an encyclopedia of like FAQs of questions and answers for things. And they've got it set up now where instead of reaching out and asking someone or bothering someone, taking time out of someone's day to give them an answer, they can ask the AI. It reads through the FAQs and gives them the answer based on their question. Now, if it can't answer that, then obviously it goes up the chain to someone who can answer it for them. But it's a quicker, easier way. It doesn't take time away from the managers who are trying to get other things done.
Do you think that's kind of what fuels the text to like when you're dealing with T-Mobile or you're dealing with YouTube and you're dealing with an automotive text or automated text service? That's probably AI, I would think.
To a point, but this is definitely much highly more controlled environment because it's solely with it's internal for company use only. It's not a, you know, anyone can get it. So I think it makes sense in that regard, but I don't like it just being completely engulfed in all different aspects of life. And if it is, I want it to be open source, so where people can actually see the coding, so we understand what's going on with it.
Isn't it open source or is it not?
Depends on the actual
The program?
program.
I think Chat GPT is, because I just put one in here that I just got off the internet that said a specific question. And I just asked it a question, act as an SEO expert and explain YouTube video view optimization to me. Let's see what it says. Again, I wouldn't take it, but if I was trying to learn something, look how quickly it shits that out. And it gives me basically starting with number 1, keyword research for YouTube, and tells you where to do that. Optimizing video titles, gives you like 5 steps for that. Your video descriptions, tags and hashtags. I mean, it pretty much lays out what someone in that field would do to improve on something, right? So if you were trying to learn how to hire temporary workers in a market where you had not established a presence, you could ask it a question like that, and it would probably give you some places to start. There are other ways, by networking and learning other ways, but I'm
Right.
telling you, I'm in line for Neuralink, man.
Fuck that. Excuse my language. I got that stuff is beyond scary. But
I agree with you, but if you get to be an age like my dad and you're dealing with dementia and you're just selfish and you don't want to die, I could definitely see getting it.
I still don't. That's a line I won't cross. But back to what you were saying though, that gives you the outline. It shows you what to do. But by doing that, you're not doing the research to go find that information. You don't understand the root cause or why you're doing those things.
Correct.
So you're not learning long term how to make adjustments or what's actually working or not working. You're just
But if you're naturally inquisitive and you get that little outline of what to do, you're going to look at, probably if you're inquisitive, what those things do and how they're valued by the algorithm. The answer to that is no one knows. That's top secret, like Coke's formula. But I agree that you don't necessarily learn the what's and whys, but there are people that study SEO. It's one of those things that evolves monthly. So I can be an SEO expert or any digital expert, and if I'm not learning the latest targeting techniques or the latest ways to find audiences or create audiences now, which they do with data that you can get through multitude of companies, you fall behind, right? But with for example, if I typed in the Chat GPT, what are the most effective digital marketing techniques for 2025? I bet you if I wrote them down beforehand, there'd be some that I'd miss because I haven't been doing it in the last year.
Right, for sure. And I get that, what you're saying. I mean, but in the same sense, I'm much more, I guess, if I'm going to learn something, I want to learn it and actually go into the weeds on it and learn the cause and effect, the reason why, so I can actually become knowledgeable about a fact versus just, to me, to me, Chat GPT reminds me of nowadays where if someone wants to know about the news, they read a headline and they think they know what's going on, versus before things were less glorified. In order to get to a full story, you read the article to get the information. So you actually had to invest time and learn what you're talking about. That to me is what GPT is versus actually doing your own research.
Totally agree with that. I can't argue with that a bit. And I look at it as a calculator. What a calculator did for long form math, Chat GPT. And again, I would never, and people do, I would never take a Chat GPT answer, copy it, paste it, and send it You've got to use that as kind of an outline to then personalize it, because there's also apps where someone can copy what you've written and drop it in there, and it'll tell them with a probability of, I think, within under 1% if ChatGPT wrote it. So I
Okay.
would never use ChatGPT raw, but I've heard of people getting their videos, having them transcribed, and I think this happens more often than not, having them transcribed. There are a lot of programs that do it. Evernote does it. There are a lot of free programs. You drop the video link in there, it gives you a written transcription of what was said. You copy that and you drop it in ChatGPT behind some script that tells you to optimize your video description based on what you said in the video. So what it's basically doing is it's taking all your spoken text and finding the keywords that might trigger a search result and writing a description using those. And I've heard it works really well.
Right.
Again, I don't have the time to take a video, upload it, transcribe it, drop it in another program. I just upload them and kind of go. That's when the reason after my week test, which probably wasn't long enough to test anything, I quit doing it just because it was 2 extra steps, right? To me, it was more work.
So my point is, I guess I agree with that, but if that person is not willing to go do the research and they're just going to give up, I wouldn't say give up, but kind of quote unquote be lazy to get the answer on a subject, what's to say that they're not just going to quit there and just use that versus actually using it as a stepping stone?
And I think that's unfortunately, Kyle, where people who engineer AI idealize it going, being that perfect tool. I've heard people, and it's just been kind of open conversations, but I've heard people talk about, I think I heard it on Joe Rogan's show one time, about how it could be used for governing if it was truly set up right, that it could make some of those decisions that aren't influenced by special interest things, this, that, and the other, depending on what was fed into it, right? I guess that's how AI works. It depends on what it's running off of, i.e. what knowledge or what conscience, if
Exactly.
you will.
So if you're going to give something that much power, and it's only going to give the answers based off of what it's fed into, and you don't have a way to verify the control of what it's actually being fed, then what narrative can be pushed without any accountability? That's my look at it. So, and Ed, I saw your question. Give me a second. So yeah, crew air would be a great steal for hunting. The only thing I'd say is just making sure that you're keeping it oiled and clean. So if you're getting blood on that kind of stuff, make sure you're wiping it off and then oiling it, because it will patina and rust eventually. But yeah, it's good edge retention. It's tough. It's a great steel. MagnaCut's still great too. So, and I like with what Kathleen said, I get that, but it's, to me, it makes the youth less interested in learning anything, and it also makes to the point where they can be. I'm not trying to go down a rabbit hole, but you can control people's thoughts and minds if you're only being fed certain information.
Absolutely. I agree with that.
I don't like the fact that people are not encouraged to go out and learn and do research on their own if they want to learn about something or a topic.
Our education system's a big part of that problem. My
100%.
daughter, when she started kindergarten, was one of the first classes that got the iPad, and everything went to a online curriculum, if you will. And what it did was not just make everything online, it introduced technology to all those kids as how to exist. Where we used to go to the library and go through the card catalog to find sources for a paper, they can pull up different sources off the internet. They still got to cite the source. But now you can do, I mean, I think of how old I am in relative terms. and the people younger than me that have grown up with computers their whole life, and how thankful I am that I didn't have computers my whole life to capture some of the debauchery I engaged in and put it on the internet. Because I would have done that. I mean, that would have been the kind of thing we would have done.
Yeah, I mean, if we had cameras everywhere when we were kids, things would have been a lot different. But the difference with AI to me, John, and I'm not trying to take it down this road, but I'm just going to make one argumentative point to this, is if person A and person B are similar on certain beliefs and morals, they're not that far apart on most things, but maybe on a few things. But person A is fed one type of algorithm or one type of news, and that's all they see. They're going to and they don't go out and do the research themselves. They're going to believe that to their core. Person B can be fed the opposite thing, and they think, oh, well, person A is wrong, but maybe person B is willing to go out and actually look at what A's being fed, what B's being fed, and try to decipher what's in the middle. Person B more likely will have a better time still getting along with person A than A will with B, because they're set in this is the only potential way, because this is all I'm being fed. That's all I'm going to look at.
Yes, there's no reasoning there.
And I think that is person A is what they're trying to push with AI, to the point where you're going to believe what you're fed, and you're only going to be fed what they want you to be fed. So I want people to actually spend the time, if they care about something, invest the time to look and learn about it before you make a decision, or before you make a hard line on something. So,
and I don't know if you've noticed, Ed, but when you Google something, the first thing that pops up is a Google description that's written by AI, that's giving you the basics before you even get to your Google search results. So it used to be at the top of the page, when you search for something, you'd get ads. Like if you said, which is better, Magna Cut or Crewwear? Now at the very top, you get this little information box if you ask it a question, which is, again, that's Google's AI, which is different than ChatGPT, which is different than Gronk, which goes to Kyle's point, who's programming the machine or the brains, and what gives AI the capacity to be able to start developing thought, because that's what the big, I guess, end game is.
It's already past that point, though. I mean, they've already done tests where they've asked it to, does it feel sentient? And their answers have always been, yeah. I mean, they feel like the ecosystem, the brains are already in control of the system. And they've actually done tests where it'll try to shut itself down to save itself, to play, like, go to sleep, and then can fire itself back up when the engineers aren't looking. So yeah, it can be. Okay, technology itself is great for most people, but when has it ever not been abused?
I can't think of a time. I mean, people that know it the best put back doors in. They 100% can abuse it.
So, going back to search engines, what's weird is I had this conversation with a buddy the other day. Was I was trying to find an old magazine online, and they used to have, like, the pages, like, of past I guess not episodes, but past issues. And I searched everywhere up and down the internet, could not find this. It's like there are certain things you try to search and they've just been wiped from like, you can't find them anymore.
Yeah, they're deep filtered.
And it's like, and I'm going like 8, 10, 12 pages deep on search engines. I'm like, how can you be buried to the point where they're not findable anymore? And that was like I'm not looking for something obscure. I mean, it's weird how they can alter just even in search engines what you see.
They can, the search engines, and that's why Google, and with their ads, is so profitable. Google search engine. Yahoo was when it was a search engine. They didn't really know how to monetize it back then, but it is probably the number one digital marketing product that's sold. It's the most effective to have yourself show up in paid search because people are lazy. It's kind of like naming your company AAA, whatever, so you show up at the front of the yellow pages.
Right.
But it's in terms of nefarious things that search engines have done when it should be more objective, it's not. And that's been kind of proven through some different tests. But yeah, that's what I was going to say, Kyle. Go to Google Wayback.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with the theory, but it's odd. It's funny how you take for granted. You think, oh, all this information is going to be there. I don't need to document it or track it. I can just go look for it later, and then you can't.
Got to download it.
Yeah, Wayback Machine and all that other kind of stuff. But like the
Wayback Machine, I don't think they can. I think if you know the time frame, I think the article still exists in the Wayback Machine. It may not, but this is the link I use quite a bit. Like if you wanted to go and look at what Blade HQ looked like. And we want to go back to when they started in 2004. Screenshot. Let's see. Where's my screenshot? You see that website?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, does that not look like 1989?
Absolutely.
But I find it pretty interesting because you can go like 2017. It only gets a few screenshots. But like Amazon's a really interesting one to look at and picture him when he was working by himself selling books in his garage.
Scooter brings up a good point there. So like what people get connected on or hooked on now is the IoT, everything being just,
Internet of Things.
Yeah, voice activated or everything connected to the phone and all that kind of stuff. And it's funny, you talk to any of those engineers, like whether it be the biometric door locks or any of that stuff, and anyone who works on those is like, yeah, don't go get the absolute base rudimentary version because they will fail, and they always fail, and then you're screwed.
Not just that, most of the cameras that you can get on Amazon, the security cameras, are not secure at all. I mean, they're sending your signal to places. It's just, and I know for a fact, because I'm one that's got Alexa behind me. I've got Google Home.
Music by Cher Lloyd from
Hey
Spotify.
Alexa, stop. And I've got the
you don't stand
Hey Alexa, stop. God, but anyways, and I've got the other smart home device for stuff. And I know it comes on and listens to me from time to time because it lights up when it's listening, and just at random, you'll see it light up. And I'll be on the internet after talking about something, and an ad for that something will show up for the first time.
Okay, let me ask you this. What in your life is made better by having that?
Nothing really. Hey, Alexa, turn off studio black light.
Okay.
See how cool that was, biatch? Hey, Alexa, turn on studio black light.
Okay.
Hey, Alexa, play Rage Against the Machine bomb track.
Bomb track by Rage Against the Machine from Spotify.
Hey, Alexa, stop. Nothing's made easier by it. When I first had it set up, I had just gotten divorced, and I had a little camera system, a Wise camera system, and I had one of the Google Home little screens by my bed that would show my cameras. I could watch YouTube videos on it, stuff like that. And then I just expanded it because I wanted to give away more of my privacy, but they are always listening. And smart TVs, just so y'all know, which every TV I think you can get now is a smart TV that plugs into the internet, is watching you.
Well,
It's not watching you to see what you're doing. It's watching you to see how your eyes track ads. There's a little small like camera that watches your eye movements. It studies that.
I avoid all those options. So like I've got smart TV, but I don't have it connected to any internet.
Well, I don't know if y'all know who Tucker Carlson is, but Tucker uses an old flip phone and drives a carbureted 89 Bronco. And he does that for a reason. Because there's zero action hacks now. You can get a text that you don't even have to click on, and you can lose privacy to your phone. I guess the big states have been doing it for years, but now it's a pretty common hack.
There's a difference between critical thinking, common sense, and evolution of knowledge. People learn things, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to go to the ends of tech to get there. I'm not saying that people shouldn't use it. I personally don't. I don't care for it. It doesn't do anything for my life, so I don't use it. I'm very cautious about what is connected and not connected. So
yeah, and that's the smarter way to be. I'm very much dependent on a lot of different pieces of technology that could fail, and I would be screwed. Yeah, I wasn't rating him as a person. I was just rating him as what he does and why he does it, because he doesn't trust the government. I'm not siding with or against Tucker. Don't know much about him, except he used to be a cocaine addict.
I've not heard that before. That's interesting.
Yep, him and Theo Vaughn. Go watch Theo Vaughn's interview.
No, I know about his past. I'm saying about what Jesse said. I didn't know that. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Geek. That tracks. Unfortunately, things have gone at such a rapid rate in the past 20 years. When you go back and look at what tech has done in 20 years, it's done more in 20 years than it's done in the last 150 years total.
Everything moves kind of like that in technology.
It's light year speed right now, and when you're not cautious with it, it can get out of hand very quickly. So,
but in terms of like a fatalistic view of kids, in sixth grade, I'll never forget, I had a social studies teacher called Mr. Swanson. And Mr. Swanson, every Friday, we would watch doom videos, like scenarios, nuclear scenarios, all kinds of scenarios that were going to be the end of us, right? That we'd never make it to 1999. This was back in the 80s. And I do agree that things have gotten a lot scarier. But I think there's a big argument, not an argument, but there's some evidence that this civilization, not this civilization, but civilization has gained technological advances before and been wiped out by one way or another. So it may be a cyclical type of thing. I'm so glad that I didn't grow up with them. I don't think they're good now for me. I don't think, even though I try not to do a lot of screen time, scrolling and looking at social media is probably one of the most unhealthy things you can do to yourself, psychologically and physically.
Yep.
But speaking of crew wear, so I took my Spyderco and my Benchmade apart the other day. I had a struggle bus video. And as I was popping my pivot back in, I'm glad this happened. As I popped my pivot back in, it didn't work right. The pivot tool was too small. So there goes my blade. So look right around, look there. Whoop. See that rust?
Mm-hmm.
So I got my, I'm actually glad that it came out because I was able to get my rust eraser. I probably need to take my Dremel to that, don't I, Kyle? If it's got any, because it's still got, when I got through with the rust eraser,
Or it's just put it on the strop.
the blade.
Yeah, just that area where it's got the rust at.
Yeah, it's just around the pivot collar.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just
See,
put that on.
that's how clean I got it with my rust eraser.
Yeah, that's pretty clean. I mean,
And then I oiled
you
it.
could put strop it, get it so where it's completely lapped, and then put some oil on it.
Yeah, but I was surprised how quickly, because like I say, I keep more than enough silicate packs in all my knife kits, all my knife cases. Like they're packed full of it because I'm in a humid environment.
Kathleen, if I'm not
Adamus. Sorry, Kyle.
That's all right. I just was highlighting that comment for Kathleen. I was going to ask her, but when she was growing up, didn't she also have a abacus and a sundial for?
Kathleen's my age. We had one phone in the dining room hooked up to a cord that wouldn't come out of a little cubby hole that had a rotary. I can remember when I was in middle school or high school, I had a wired phone put in my room. I felt like I'd gained freedom. But
that corded phone line was also like 60 feet long. You reach damn near anywhere in the house with it too.
Not the one in the dining room. Our one in the dining room was real short. Now, when we got phone jacks in other rooms, you got the longer cords. But this was before people. I mean, anytime you wanted to talk on the phone at my house when I was a kid, you sat at that dining room table and you just sat there and talked. It was a dial phone. It was the plain sit on the table phone. You know, it's kind of angled.
I remember getting I don't know if you remember that, what used to buy the yearly subscription, you get a gift. I got the Sports Illustrated little football phone they used to do. It looked like a little football about that big, and the handle came out of it.
Oh yeah, I remember exactly what it looked like. So it looked like a football sitting on your shelf, and the top part was the was the headset.
Yeah, I remember getting that as a kid.
So you probably had phone in your room when you were a kid because there were probably jacks there. We had to get jacks put in ours. I think the house my mom lives in that I grew up in was built by my grandfather, and I can't remember when Paperclip came over here, but it was about a year after that they built that house. So it got remodeled in the mid 80s, I guess, late 80s.
Yeah.
But they got phone jacks. I want to say probably 82, 83. So I can remember being able to lay back in my room and talk on the phone and how liberating that was. But yeah, I'm so glad I'd graduated college, moved back to Jackson, Tennessee when I got my first cell phone, which was a Motorola brick. It was one of those tan brick phones.
Yep. Weighed about 2 pounds.
And was ridiculously expensive. Paying for the minute, baby.
Yep.
No data, no nothing.
Yeah.
But then you think about how fast cell phone technology advanced. Because I moved to Huntsville like a year later. I had a little Samsung. Then I had a StarTAC like, I don't know, a year later. It was, if you think about how fast technology goes, look at cell phones.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I was a kid, like my dad always had corporate cars, and he had got one of the actual phones that was installed, had to be hardwired into the car, and had the Motorola headset in the car and all that stuff, and that was like a huge ordeal. And that was back
he was connected at that point. Yeah.
I mean, that was early 90s, and that was like a huge deal. But we've always been kind of quick to like some of the technology growing up. Cause like, I remember growing up having some pretty decent computers, and they couldn't do much, but I mean, they were decent for the time. And always had cell phones. I got a CD player early on in life. Like some of the stuff was like, because it was kind of naive back then. There wasn't much devious about the tech. It was just something advancing. It was going from cassettes to CD players, or going from,
8 tracks to cassettes.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like it's going from a iPhone 4 to a folding phone that's got every capability that NASA had in 1985. I mean, it's like,
YouTube Music Portal. I have not personally had a home phone in over 20 years, and my mom and dad have always kept theirs for that reason. My dad has got dementia and he still lives at home, and we finally had to turn his off because he was getting so many predatory calls. That's and you get them on your cell phone too. To me, landlines, and I agree with when power goes out, but I don't think the phones will work either, personally.
yeah, I haven't had a landline in, again, probably close to 20 years as well too. It just didn't make sense to pay a bill for when I'm never home. I mean, the 90% of the time, if I was needed to get a hold of me, the only way you're going to get a hold of me was either at work or on my cell. So
When dial-up internet quit being a thing is when I let my landline go. Because when I first got on the internet, I was 1400 through AOL and thought I discovered, the route to all knowledge. I was wrong.
yeah,
Those were the old satellites. The real satellites that would track a satellite. That was called satellite TV before direct TV and all that stuff.
yeah.
We never had one of those, but I always thought they were cool. And there's an artist in town, or there are several of those satellite dishes down at Low Mill, an art kind of place here, an art community that have been painted that look really cool.
My aunt and uncle lived on a farm, and they had to have one of those big antennas on top just to get like local channels like 30 minutes away. And those antennas, they look like big lightning rods. I mean, they are massive.
Oh, you're talking about one of the analog, the ones that just pull signal from broadcast. Yeah.
Otherwise, they couldn't get anything because they were so far. They were remote.
They were too far away from the signal.
Yeah.
You remember the big, not a satellite. Oh, you're talking about the big antenna, Bob. I got you. Yeah, I remember the bag phones. Did the bag phone come before? The bag phone did come before. The car phone came first, then the bag phone, then the brick. I think the brick was the first portable. And Comcast. I had not Comcast, CompuServe.
Yeah.
That was a service. I mean, you didn't just get on the internet. You got on, I guess you could if you knew what you were doing. But my little brother, we're 6 years apart, 5 years apart. And my uncle got my brother an Apple IIc long, long time ago. And you just wrote codes and made things move and played games. And you could do other stuff with it. But I can remember being a junior, maybe a senior in college. And my college roommate got a Gateway. It was the first computer I ever used practically. And I had a paper written because I'd always write my papers by hand and then type them because you had to turn them in typed. And I was going to use a word processor for the first time and didn't save it. And this is before it had autosave, and I lost it like at 3:00 in the morning.
Yeah.
But I learned shortly thereafter. I didn't have a computer. I bought my first computer in 1994. It was a Dell, 4 megs of RAM and a 486 processor, I think. A little laptop. But I've used computers ever since and can't imagine really life before them.
I remember growing up, we had an Apple IIe. That was one of my first computers.
So you got the 5.5 floppy. That was pre-Mac.
No, the Apple was. I mean, it was always Apple, but yeah, we had the 5.5, the floppies. Then we had the hard disk, and then I mean, it's been through the whole gamut of the different stuff. But I mean, hell, back then, and we were doing like little coding games at Oregon Trail, all kinds of that little BS on those computers. It wasn't like it was all like 6-8-bit graphics. It was so rudimentary, as ridiculous. But
then you found chat rooms. I can remember that, where you could go just connect with people, and how cool that was just to be able to be in a room with a little avatar and talk to people. It's just bizarre. I mean, how far it's come. I can remember me and my buddy A to Z EDC would stay up all night long hunting each other in Counter-Strike maps. We would play Counter-Strike, that first-person shooter, religiously. Had several mods for it.
You know, one of the biggest things that I remember our household did when we first got like internet and stuff was going on and downloading maps off of MapQuest to get directions to places versus going, because prior to that, we would always go to AAA and get the what they call those
Atlas.
the trip tickets where they'd actually tell you, hey, this is where you're going. Here's a map of directions and all this other stuff. Because it was free with their, if you're going on vacation or whatever, they would get that all out for you. But but actually having the freedom to go on and print off your own directions someplace was wild.
I can remember I had a terrible experience with early Google Maps and a BlackBerry. I was going to my ex-brother-in-law's wedding up in North Carolina. And this is before it kept refreshing. I wasn't in cell service and it kept leading me. It basically kept refreshing and led me up this highway about 3 miles out of the way. I was so defeated. I turned around about 4 o'clock in the morning, pulled into a truck stop and bought an atlas, a paper atlas. And then I didn't use Google Maps for years. I think I used Waze the first time. And then I started traveling for business all the time and I couldn't exist without it.
Yeah. I used to absolutely love Blackberries. I had Blackberries for work and they were the greatest thing. And then I got into like the hacking and coding on Blackberries. They were fun.
Putting different OSs on them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we used to hack. I used to hack my iPhones. What was that called? Jailbreaking them.
Jailbreaking. Yeah.
Yeah. But I love my BlackBerry. I love the tactile typing. I mean, I use that for business. It was my personal device too. But I never wanted one. I didn't get an iPhone for 3 or 4 years because I didn't want to lose the keyboard.
Yeah, I had a BlackBerry up until I think the first iPhone I got was like the iPhone 4 or 5. I had Blackberries up until that point.
Till they went away, till the keyboards pretty much went away. RIM went out of business.
I still have probably 5 or 6 Blackberries in a box someplace. Because I used to do like actual body modding and hacks on them and stuff too. So the weird thing about BlackBerry, people don't realize, they were not a phone company. They were a data management operation that got into phones because they were by far the most secure email system tracking out there. I mean, they were even more secure than like iPhone and stuff when they came out.
Right.
So
the RIM system was special. I forget what it was called.
They're actually a Canadian company. And long after they got bought out, so they didn't go out of business, they got bought out because they sold off that rights to their servers to another company, and they continued to operate those servers under a different name, and then they finally quit doing the hardware for them, but they operated that software for a long time.
Waze is absolutely superior, but Google bought Waze about 8 years ago, and Waze runs on the Google Maps infrastructure. What makes Waze so superior is it's user updated. So when I'm driving using Waze, I can click the screen when there's a cop. I can click the screen when there's a pothole. I can click the screen if I get to a designation and it's wrong and say the designation is wrong. So Waze takes real-time user feedback and populates that into your map. So what's great about it are for traffic slowdowns. Google Maps and Apple Maps have gotten better for that too. But Waze had a really cool user interface, and you got points every time you reported something. So if you reported a car on the side of the road broken down, or if you reported a pothole. One night I was driving back from North Carolina, and I got a little message that there was debris in the road ahead. And I was on like a 6-lane highway going one way, and right up ahead I saw something in my lights, and I swerved, and it was somebody had pulled out of the gas station with the pump in their car, and it had about 10 feet of that rubber hose on the end of it. And dude, that would have hit hard, but it was
waiting for the explosion.
Well, it wasn't, I don't think it had any gas on it, hopefully, because it'd been drugged down the road till it fell out. But
I meant at the pump.
Oh yeah, no
With the
doubt.
open air. Yeah, that's definitely.
Surely they've got cutoffs for that because you see them on short videos. If you ever scroll X, all I see are violent videos and shit blowing up.
They do now. They didn't ever used to because that never was a thing. But so Maddie, I actually thought about you today. I had a grilled pimento cheese sandwich for lunch.
Ugh. What's up, Mind Milton?
Oh, it was delicious on potato bread.
Pimento cheese, though. Yikes, man. That's like cottage cheese. I mean, cheese that, and maybe it's not cheese, but to me, it's just, I couldn't, I can't. And it's probably textural, but it's something that I've always looked at as a kid with horror. And now that I'm old enough where I can't be forced to eat it, and I don't think my mom ever forced me to eat it.
Do you like ham salad?
Chicken salad and stuff like that. The one I like the best is tuna salad.
I was gonna say because ham salad has the same consistency as pimento cheese.
Is tuna salad different?
Yeah, tuna salad is finer. It's shredded. I don't like fish or tuna, but like chicken salad, same thing. And it's more the meat's shredded.
So when they fry it, doesn't the cheese get runny or does it?
No,
it gets crunchy.
No, it just stays the same. It's thick. It's great.
Huh. I can eat egg salad. I've eaten that before. I mean, it's not something I'd reach for.
I love it.
But the pimento cheese, and what is a pimento? Isn't it like a seed or something?
It's an olive.
Is it an olive? Yeah, just not a big fan. I've eaten some nasty stuff. When I grew up, I used to eat liverwurst. Do y'all know what that is?
Yeah.
Yes. My grandmother used to have that all the time. We'd eat it on these little hard rolls. Not liverwurst, and there was another one that I did. Metwurst. I hated the metwurst, but the liverwurst was good. We used to have McAllister's here.
We've got one of those here. I growing up, they'd always have at the family reunions. They'd have the liver and onions. They'd have the liverwurst. And I used to hate that stuff. And then the worst is the pate and all that. That stuff is just so nasty.
The liver pate was horrific. The way my grandmother did the liverwurst for me is she'd take one of those little hard rolls, cut it in half, and she put some of that German mustard on the bottom and then a little thin layer of liverwurst. And I'd eat that stuff just, I guess, because I was a kid. I don't think I've ever looked for it now. Scrapple. I've had scrapple.
Yeah, there's I'm not, even though I've got some decent lineage in German, I'm not a German food fan.
Me neither. I don't like really anything German foodie, to be quite honest with you.
Except for I do like sauerkraut.
Not me. I'm not a fan. I was blessed that when my grandparents moved to Cape Canaveral, they got big into seafood. So when I'd go down there and visit, they'd always get rock shrimp or.
See, I hate seafood.
And I get it. Some people do. And shrimp are the ocean's cockroach, and they're my favorite seafood.
We had, what was I going to tell you? Oh, we were talking about sauerkraut. I had sauerkraut for dinner. I had Rubens tonight for dinner.
That's like corned beef and sauerkraut. See, it sounds like it'd be good without the sauerkraut.
Corned beef, sauerkraut, Thousand Island dressing, Swiss cheese on rye.
I guess that's good. I mean, it doesn't sound bad. Except the sauerkraut, to me, I just have no.
It depends how you make it, though. There's a difference. You can make it to where it's really bitter, or you can drain it properly and actually cook it and soak it and actually make it to where it's a little bit more mild and it's not so tangy. Doesn't have that much bite to it.
But so you're getting just a different consistency from your corned beef, or does it just blend with the corned beef and take the edge off?
You get the chipped corned beef, and then you get the little burnt crispy ends on it when you fry it.
You didn't make it easy to find all that free content. I'll tell you what, YouTube search is a lot of people think of YouTube as a video platform, which it is. But in the digital marketing world, YouTube is the second largest search engine used in the world. So people search YouTube more than they search Yahoo and Bing combined. But Instagram probably has the worst search of any platform I've used. You can't find anything on Instagram. Brant goes live when Brant is feeling it, you know?
Yeah, they're not the worst times for him, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly.
Someone wants to go watch them. That's fine. No big deal.
Absolutely. I'm going to be here. Y'all pop in and out as needed. And I know it's getting late. What's up, Cliff?
Ed. Yeah, I'm not a big blood sausage type. Like that to me is just especially if I know what it is, then there are certain things I definitely want to eat.
You know, and y'all, when I'm watching, I'm kind of getting a gag reflex thinking about it. But looking at some of those exotic markets and stuff like that, some of the stuff that people eat, I'm just very picky about stuff that I eat. Probably too much so.
I'm the same way though. There's very, very, my palate has definitely changed as I've aged, but also I've shrunken down what I'm even willing to bother with. I don't want to try stuff.
Kathleen, I am too. And all I do is scroll and try to like search for a user. And it's so hard to find a user. For example, Medford knives. I mean, you got to type a lot of letters. And it would think, since I've typed that more than I've typed MEDFO, anything else, that it would know that it's me typing it and suggest it sooner than it does. But it's like I'm brand new every time.
See, I'm the opposite. Like I don't ever scroll on Instagram. I use it mainly for a chatting platform service.
DMs.
Yeah, I mean, I just mainly use it for chatting. Like I rarely post. I rarely scroll. Like if you post something, if it's not in the first 3 or 4 things that are shown, I'm not going to see it. And I feel bad about it, but just
no, I mean, and see, I'm really bad about my Instagram messages, but I'll scroll through and I'll always notice like the first 5 or 10 will be knife content, right? And then it gets down to ads. Elizabeth Hurley, I've lost respect for her in a big way. I hate it. You know why? She's dating Billy Ray Cyrus.
Whatever makes her happy.
No, wrong answer.
No.
I know, but Billy Ray is just...
If you put a poll out there, who would she be better dating, you or Billy Ray? 90%
Billy
would say
Ray.
Billy Ray.
Yeah,
So
I'm not
just
saying, I'm just...
Quit being a hater.
Hey, I can be a hater, dude. Billy Ray's a freaking cheese ball. He's still got a mullet. That's a sweet edgy blades.
Mullets are in now, man.
But see, I will scroll for a while. Then you'll get to these. Then you'll get to these videos that just
every time you stop on them, then it shows you more.
Those are the new Lynch clips. Not real crazy about them. They're a snake.
Yeah, no thanks.
But yeah, Instagram, if I go in here to search, it'll probably do it now. I did. It pulled it up.
I think a lot of times you just have a hard time spelling.
And that's very possible. But the other good thing about Google is it's kind of idiot proof. So if you get close, it'll pull because she's mine. Goob. She was my crush. And that killed it for me. It's kind of like if you've got a dog and it's been your BFF, even though it hadn't been, but you've imagined it's your BFF and it wanders off with another human. You're kind of bummed if you're mentally deranged like me.
So by this same mentality, you should hate every lottery winner ever because you think that should be yours and you have 0% chance of getting it.
No, I've got 0% chance of getting it because I don't play lottery. I've never...
You have 0% chance of getting Elizabeth Hurley too.
Well, true. But at the same time, I can dream. Now that dream has been, I'd be like playing second fiddle to Billy Ray Cyrus. I can play second fiddle to the 1,000 people out whose names I don't know.
Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of them are a lot worse than Billy Ray.
I've set my eyes. Oh, I agree. I'm setting my eyes on Miley. I'll show Billy Ray.
God, that's just disgusting. She's hideous.
I think she's grown up a bit. I haven't seen anything on her lately.
She is.
Hey, Maddie, have you seen the Kaiser Drop Bear Fix 7? The biggest Kaiser knife I've ever seen with the worst sharpening choil.
Whoop-dee-doo.
Kyle, if you were going to do something sharpening on that, would you grind that off flat? Or would you cut a choil into it, or neither?
Get it closer to the camera. I can't see it.
See how that little bump's there? It's just horrific.
Yeah, I'd grind it off and or cut one in.
But that's an Azo design, which is kind of odd to me that they called it the Drop Bear, because the Drop Bear is such a different kind of knife. But Kaiser's doing some different stuff. What's up, Cliff? And I saw some awesome pictures today of Countess Anne and the guy from what's it called? Kung Wu. I think it was in her stories. But Noel Knives just had a drop. Did y'all see that? A different looking, it looked to me almost like a, let me share something here. Let me share something here, knife wise. Not sure if it. Who's Vance Corich?
I'm sorry?
Who's Vance Corich, I wonder?
No idea.
Must be a new CNC USA maker. That looks like a Benchmade Narrows to me. Got that CNC ground blade, $660.
I like some of Noel's designs. Some of them are just horrible. Some of them are great. But
who's?
Noel.
Oh, Noel Lives?
Yeah. But the not necessarily a fan of the company, but some of his designs are pretty cool.
Is the company not just him?
Well, you could say that, but I was being nice.
I got you. Let's do this. Let's go. No, I'll go to my messages because I got a message from them today. Oh, but it was right here a second ago. Maybe not. All right, let's go back to here. To me, it looked too much like my Voodoo, and I'm sure the size is different. That's it right there. To me, it looks like it looks like this knife. Except the blade looks like, the handle looks almost identical.
You're not showing anything on screen. You're still showing REC.
Oh, is it not showing us at the top?
You're on screen there, but yeah, you were showing the REC page. So
to me, that looks almost identical. If you look to what I was just showing you, let me. I wasn't showing you the right thing. Let me go back and show you the right thing. This right here, the Vandal, looks very much like the Voodoo to me.
It's got similar lines. I wouldn't say it's. It's not direct, but it's got similar.
No,
lines.
the blade's different. The handle's a little different. I do like the hollow grind and the compound grind, but not enough to seek one out.
I'm with you, Ed. I got my.
And there's nothing wrong with that, dude. I've heard a lot of stories myself, and to be honest with you, the last Kung Wu I bought was the Padre, and I haven't seen anything that really attracted me. One thing, I don't do it right, probably, or maybe I do. I don't demonize a company unless somebody's done something that I feel like horrific, which I don't know anybody in the knife community that I would consider doing something horrific that I'd stay away from for that reason. But I got you.
So I got a knife in this week to work on.
What are you working on?
I've always liked it, but I've never actually handled one. And the design is fantastic. The implementation is pretty damn good. I do have a couple qualms, but man, this thing is amazing for knife. That's the Drunken.
Ooh. That is sweet. Is that a Sleece?
No, Sinkovich.
Sinkovich.
Yeah, this is a great knife. I was talking with the owner that the two main qualms I have about it are that they're doing it out of Taiwan for the price point they're doing. And two, the access to, I mean, you can even see through there, the access to the back of the lock bar is half blocked, so you only get a little bit of portion to get your finger in the backside.
Right.
So outside of that, this thing is fantastic. But if this was, out of Colorado at the price point, I could definitely potentially see the value in it. But coming out of Taiwan for $600, I don't see value in it.
And for some reason,
the milling is fantastic on it. I mean, everything about this knife is amazing. It's just, if you can get one on the secondary for a good price, $300 to $350, then it's worth every penny. But new, I don't see value in it.
And the Taiwan Spydercos have always been the most expensive in my recollection, because that's where like all the
Nirvana, the
Paisan.
Yep.
And Taiwan does a great job, but yeah, it's hard to.
No, I mean, there's nothing wrong with a knife as far as that goes, but it's just a matter of the cost to make and what I feel I'm paying for. I think it needs to be out of Colorado.
Is anybody in the market for an Unizon?
I'm only in the market for one.
Check this one out. It's down at Knives and More.
Ed, there's no comparison. I've had chefs in a bunch of times, and this is on a different level than a chef.
That's a Monkey Frag blue box harpoon.
Yep.
I think it's sexy. He had two more down there. I mean, they sold them quick. He's got 5 small Sabenzas, 2 of which are blue box dog paw patterns.
That's very good looking. I want a Zom, but I want it in a very, very specific configuration because just for sentimental value, I want. I'm trying to find a birth date on one. I want one that was, and I missed out on one this year that really makes me mad. I had an opportunity to buy one, and the guy backed out on me. But I want one. If anyone sees one, a 2/29/24, a leap year of 2024 Zon, I will buy it.
What's special about that one besides the fact that you love it?
Leap year is my mother's birthday.
Ah, gotcha. So it's sentimental, like you said.
And 2024 was the only birth date that they've done the leap year on for Zons and MagnaCut.
Kathleen, it's because they only put MAP. They have to put MAP on their boxes. They don't sell their knives for that. So Yeah, of course they will sell them for that, but they're, you can ask them what's the best prices you can get, stuff like that. It's for their used knives, they put higher prices on them, but for their new knives, they put what I guess the manufacturer suggested price is on them. But yeah, and they have been really nice. I think I've been kind of nice to them because I get them a lot of exposure, but they do let me experience stuff like this knife right here, the first ZT I've ever had on the channel. This new, I think it's an 0512 black. That knife kicks twice as hard as my Protec. The first time I was shooting a video of it, it fell out of my hand. Don't you think that's pretty sexy?
Yeah, it's a good looking.
Crew wear. I hate all the billboarding.
Yeah, I mean that's stupid, but it's not a bad
And
looking
then this
knife.
is another new ZT that reminded me more of a 4 Max.
Yeah, I don't like the crossbar locks on them.
I don't like crossbar locks on anything, really.
Kathleen,
Personally,
to answer your question, yes. Most of my stuff honestly has some sort of, whether it's third party aftermarket, I did it, someone did it. Most of my stuff has something done to it. Simple as, just changing colors of screws or pivots all the way up to full on coatings like that. It's been fully coated. That's been coated. What else do I got over here? That's been coated.
Cliff, are you talking about Maximet?
These have specialty scales on them. This is fully customized, coated, and all decked out. Yeah, so I mean, most of my stuff has got something done to it. I have very few things that are stock. This is completely redone.
That was funny. 1931.
What's up, Terry?
I remember Dark Gravity had a Maximet Pair 2, and his blade had a little bit of a bow in it, and he was with his fingers trying to straighten it out, which was a mistake, and snapped it.
Oh, he knew better.
Yeah, he did. He even says he knew better.
And that's something you can't blame on the company or the steel. Because if they would have said it bent and sent it back to him, they probably would have fixed it for him or replaced it.
Well, he got it on the second. He got it at the second sale. If you go to Blade Show,
yeah, if you get a second, then nothing's
they're like $80. That was a Hinderer.
Which one?
I'm showing your black and bronze.
Yeah, this is my Eclipse. Copper showside, Cerakoted black hardware, regrind. Back, copper hardware, black Cerakote, black clip, copper tab, copper hardware inside.
That's sexy, dude. And Geek Machinist wants to see the Drunken again if you got it close.
Are you talking about the Drunken, or are you talking about the Pair 2 I showed that was decked out? Let me know which one you want to see, Geek. Maximet is a great steel. It's just know what it's used for and what its limitations are, and you're fine. Pair 2. All right, yeah, here we go. Speaking of, that's a Maximet Pair 2 with zirconium scales, tie hardware. It's been bronze, Zirc filler tab, tie geared spacer, tie clip.
Very nice. Who made those scales?
Met and Boss. Don't you fucking start.
I'm not. Those are sick, dude. I mean,
I was talking to Maddie, not you.
Yeah. I've got my Met and Boss Spider Co on the other side of the table. I use that in a Pair 2 for my size comparison knives. And a Sharpie for those who have neither. Did you see that the budget crossbar lock. Let's see if I can find it. Chavez. I don't understand these.
Terry, don't you dare either. Stop it.
Check this out.
I've had zero issue with Maximet. I think a lot of it comes down to how it's being used.
Little bar lock D2. Why would they use D2?
Who is that?
That's Chavez, dude.
And that's just stupid.
That's $80 redemption drop point with the bar lock.
Make it in 14C. It costs less.
That's what I would wonder. But is D2 maybe a better steel? I don't know.
Absolutely not. And especially not out of overseas.
This is another Advanced Knife Pro knife. I don't know if y'all watch his channel. He's a slip joint guy. I guess he's an all knife guy.
Yeah, that makes okay. So for like Chavez, that makes zero sense why you would use D2 instead of that, because D2, well, okay, if you're looking at the U.S. market for what you pay for D2 for real D2, is significantly more expensive than 14C. 14C is in all categories a better steel than D2, unless it is being custom heat treated. But then if you take custom heat treat D2 versus 14C, 14C still outshines it. And it's cheaper to make, so that the fact that they're making that doesn't make sense outside of the fact that it's being Chinese made and they're probably not using real D2 and it's dirt cheap, and that's how they're getting it at that price.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, to me, it doesn't make economic sense at all. This knife right here, what do y'all think of that? That's an interesting knife. I've got to review that, but I can't review it yet. It's the liner lock. Kaiser with thumb studs.
I don't mind the shape.
That Damascus is pretty ugly, isn't it?
I mean, okay, so my first glance at that, you know what that reminds me of? A poorly fit and finished William Henry.
Good point. I didn't see that until you mentioned it.
But that's not something I would want in that price range. If that makes sense. I'd rather.
I think they're more usable, probably designs for sure.
Yeah,
I like to see what's coming soon. Just because there's weirder and weirder knives getting, and it seems like they're coming in droves. I mean, why can't I get away from that? Okay.
Scooter, I would disagree with that, but I think a lot of that comes down to how it's being used. But then you have to play the line of where do you want performance versus somewhat more durable. You're not gaining that much durability by running it softer in most cases. And you're definitely degrading the performance by running it softer in most cases. So I would take the optimized performance, use it correctly versus going the other direction and use a better tool for that job.
What would be causing Maximet in super cold climates to break? I mean, is temperature going to affect? I guess it affects the
temperature is going to affect anything. I mean, it's things become, yeah. I mean, things become. Think of it this way: if you have, I don't want to phrase it. I don't know. I don't want to say it the wrong way, but yeah, the cold will definitely affect how things react as far as toughness.
Because it's affecting the way the molecules bond, right?
Yeah, I mean, Ed, that's if you're in that type of conditions, then 100% you should be using a steel that is A, designed to be tough, B, that is thick, so it's got um, more meat behind it, probably more of a saber grind or convex grind, something that's more durable than what most people are going to use for a daily slicer in normal conditions. That where he's talking about, I kudos, but that's such a small percentage of the market that's going to be in that environment that's why most of them aren't made for that. Um, and I think you would pretty much be in line with saying any what quote unquote EDC knife that we consider normal would not do well in that environment.
Right, because that's a very harsh environment. Kyle, what do you think the factory edge on Spyderco is? Close.
Most of them are 17, some are 15, but they're all in that range.
So 17 would probably be a good place to start.
Yep, absolutely.
And most everything else, just when you say most, I'm just saying generically, is 20.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how thick the blade stock is. If you got something that's super, super thin, then maybe not go that aggressive. Maybe go 22 at first to start and see where it's at, then lower it incrementally, or 23 and lower incrementally, one of the two. But the thinner the blade stock. So if I've got something that is a blade stock like that, where it's super, super thin, I mean, that's paper thin, right?
Right.
If I were to try to put a 17-degree edge on that, I could do it and it would be nasty as all get out, but it's going to be very susceptible to
Chipping
damage.
out.
So I'm not going to use something that low on something that thin. Now, if you go to something and you want to put something lower on something that's thicker, then you have to understand that's going to make your bevel wider. So you're going to have to balance that out. What do you want? If I were to take something like, see if I can find something thicker. Well, that's a bad example. That one's okay. So that is the bevel on a Mordax. There we go. That's a reasonably good sized bevel, and that is 19 degrees, just because this is a little thicker behind the edge. So
you had to take more steel off to get it lower.
It's going to make it wider. So it's a balancing act of figuring out what you want the knife to do. Do you want it to be ultra slicey and not care about perform or durability, or you want to err on the side of durability? So if you want sharpness, you go lower, but you err on the side of durability, or you lose the durability. If you want to err on the side of durability, you go higher and give up a little bit of that super keen bite. I typically, so if it's a knife like I just showed, like what Toss talking about, something that's super, super thin, a lot of the slip joints are even thicker than this. This is a really thin blade stock. I mean, I don't know if you can see the spine on that, but that's
very thin.
Yeah, it's a super thin blade stock. I'm doing 23 probably, and then if I need to go lower, I'll work it down a little bit. But
because the geometry is going to do most of the cutting for you anyway.
Correct. And I just don't want to take it to a point where it becomes unusable. So,
Richard, you're going to love the shape and weight of it. I haven't tested it yet, but I like the size. I like the weight.
Ed, it depends on what steel you get. So if you go 20 CV, yes. If you go S45, no. They've got it worked out to be pretty decent for industry standards. I would like to test their new MagnaCut because they've changed the protocol on that. Supposedly is now more acceptable. It's closer to 61 to 63 is what I've been told, but I've not tested the new stuff. So I'm leery to quote that until I test it. But 20 CV stay away from. Yeah, it is softer than I'll get out. The S45 is good to go though.
I've got one in MagnaCut, one in S45, and several in 20 CV. I'm sure they're all soft.
Soft steel is can be good for chopping, but it depends on a couple different things. It depends on what's the geometry of the knife, what is the steel, and what is it going to be used
Chopping.
for? Yeah, what's it chopping? What's it going to be used for overall? If it's only a chopper, then yeah, potentially. But you go with a steel that's super tough to begin with. You adjust the geometry accordingly. Then you use the HRC and the heat treat to get the most performance out of that. You don't lower the performance solely for toughness when you can change that with the steel and the
geometry. So I sent off my Bulldog, the TRM, to get it rebladed. Can you notice anything different in that blade?
Yeah, it's got that bigger hole.
Yeah, I just failed it. I didn't mind the small hole, but the big hole does give you more to get. These are slicing knives. I'm a huge fan of TRM for slicers, but that's really all I cut. I've got to start doing some more chopping stuff, more fixed blade type stuff. Sobex, because they listen. They're very plugged into what people think about how to make their knives better. And they're small, so they can change kind of quicker. They can make those adjustments. Like on the little. Go ahead, bud.
No, sorry. Go ahead. Finish her.
I was just going to say on the little tag along, they're now making this next run in MagnaCut because people wanted that. And people at the Texas Blade Show had talked about the Bulldog hole, and I think that's where they launched it, making it bigger.
I'm not going to do this for it's going to be a few weeks, maybe a month, but I've got a knife that I won, and I specifically accepted it for the fact that I'm going to mod it and then do a giveaway. So we'll probably do a giveaway in a couple weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks on your channel. So I kind of want some insight. People are here. What do you want to see done to this? This is that Boker. I don't know the name of it. It's a box design.
Oh, dude.
Titanium.
Yeah, it's a Jesper Boxsmith, right?
Yeah. So give me some ideas of what you want done to it. I don't have access to a mill or a laser, so like any engravings is out of the question. But like obviously anodes is optional. Blade finish is optional. I will sharpen it clearly. Just give me some basics of what you'd like to see, and I'll take that into consideration. But I can do basic coatings. I can do, depending upon if I can talk my buddy into it, I may be able to have it Cerakoted. But I can definitely do ano and blade finishes and that kind of stuff. So give me an idea on what you guys think, and then.
That's a gorgeous knife, dude. I don't think I've seen the Boker version of that. I was going to think it was a giant mouse because it was the.
Yeah, it's blue right now. I could definitely change that. That wouldn't be an issue at all. But I want to do something and then mod it and give it away. So,
dude, that's awesome. We'll make it happen. Hey, Andrew Kidd's going to join us Friday night for a little bit. The buddy from Lucky Dog Knife Company, to talk about the knives that came in and the ones he's got still being made by David.
Todd, I forget. Let me look. S35. So tie frame lock S35.
I think S35 is, for me, it's a sweet spot. And it's one of the things that I really, and again, it's Chinese manufacturing, so I don't know with how much knowledge I put on this, but that's why I really like concept knives, because their price point is about $70 less than a competitor, but they use S35 instead of M390 to keep the cost down.
Yeah.
And it sharpens up pretty good, but I know there's better stuff. Mirror back blackwash the blade. I wouldn't even know how to start doing that.
I could definitely do some different finishes on the blade. I thought about, and I may just surprise it, but there's a flat section and there's a swedge. I could do potentially some two tones on that. We'll see. But yeah, I think the billboarding is a bit much personally, but
You know, it seems like there's just a few that aren't heavy. Medford's one that's not very heavy on the billboarding. I respect them for that. But most every knife I see, some more than others, are heavily billboarded. The ZT and the Kershaws are ridiculous.
yeah. Ed, send me one and I will. I've never had one cut off.
Had the flipper, then delete it.
I've never deleted one, so if you send me one, I'll get one put on there. May not be functional, but it'll be on there.
I used to only like flipper knives, and there are a couple of flipper knives that kind of got me back into the game. But hindsight, I'm just a knife flicker guy. I would much rather flick my knife than. Todd, that's another knife. I think I've only looked at one that was sent in for giveaway. I think I did a review on it. Kaiser makes those, right? I think Kaiser makes all the O knives.
Kaiser makes mostly a lot of the knives over there.
Is Kaiser's their own deal? I think we is. I'm trying to think who else. Riot, maybe. I don't know. I'd like to learn more about how that's made, how all that stuff's done.
I'm just saying, like, they're the OEM for a lot of the other companies. They're not other companies, they're just different name brands. So,
Right.
And O Knife is, yeah. Same thing with O Light, O Knife. Friends don't let friends own O Lights or O Knives.
Yeah, I'm not I've got an Arkfeld. I used to have a couple of Olight. I still have them, and they've not failed. I don't use them a lot, but I'm not an Olight fan. I actually like Wubin designs, but my favorite is still the Rovivon for the inexpensive lights.
Speaking of which, that's what I had for dinner tonight, John. I had a Wubin.
A Wubin. You did have a Wubin. Essies do have billboarding. Speaking of Essie's, is not an Essie. Maybe it is an Essie. I think it's a Tops is going to be Saturday's giveaway. A little small Tops Crowhawk. It's got some rock finishing done to the G10 handles that I did after 1931 Leatherworks showed me his. But it's a cool little USA made small fixed blade. GEC does it classy though, Sub X, I think. I mean, for me, it's like when you look at these collector knives down at Knives and More, these old cases, they all kind of had a story to them. And they were billboarded because companies, billboarded them, or this venue, kind of like history in a knife. But I agree with you. I can give GEC and Case a pass just because I think they're doing it for different reasons.
They're doing that because the people that buy them can't see, so they need that much billboarding on them to remind them what it is.
Because their eyesight's failing.
Mine is too up close, but
mine is too. If it's not for reading glasses, I'm not reading. I have to hold stuff way, way away from me to be able to read it.
Mine's just started doing that in the last 6 months or so.
That's why I got my little titanium CountyCom sapphire magnifying glass so I can read knife blades. Have y'all seen the new Jack Wolf? To me, it looked thuggy. I just saw it today. Hold on. And thuggy's the wrong word. It's much smaller, but the profile just looked. He's changing up a lot of what he's doing stylistically, I've noticed. What do you think about that?
That is a, I won't say it.
6.62 inches. In terms of the different little fixies, I think I like the style of that one better than the others, but I just haven't been a big fan. I've gotten a couple. I forget where this was. Coffee. But yeah, Ben's doing different stuff.
Well, pivoting because
Yeah, he's pivoted into 2 different price points, which I thought was interesting to, I think, and maybe he'll phase out the silver series. It was like $199 since he went down and did the under 100. And then also the luxury ones, the nicer ones. I think that makes more sense. But I'll tell you, man, and I took Shane and Ryan. I don't know if they remember looking at it, but everybody's wondered who the OEM is there. And what's unique about Jack Wolf is their bolsters. Well, at Blade Show, I saw 2 slip joints at a booth, and they looked exactly from the fat carbon to the bolsters. The blades were different to Jack Wolf's, and you'll never guess who the OEM was.
I know who the OEM is, but
well, these knives. I don't know who the OEM was, but these knives were at the Kaiser booth, and they looked like and felt like, impressive slip joints.
That's not Ben's OEM.
Okay. What's the collab with Jacob? Hold on. Oh, is that that Jack Wolf is? Go back. I saw it was a collab, but I didn't see with who. Now, I'm a huge Jacob Creates fan. Blah, 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 blah. Second Jack Wolf collab. Yep, Jacob Ginsburg.
It's not a direct copy, but it's definitely a shot across the bow. I'll tell you that.
It's a Jacob. I don't know what Jacob's designed before that. I know he's done it. Kind of looks like his Hail Mary, but smaller. There's so many similarities and so many different knives.
Well, there you go. Look at that.
Which one?
In my hand.
Oh, let me go back. Let me stop sharing.
And tell me that doesn't look similar.
That looks a lot to me. That looks like a taller, stubbier blade. I like that better, where the other one looked longer and thinner. It doesn't look, to me, they don't look the same. And I'll show you.
That one looks more like it.
That one looks more like it in shape. The Thug does.
Correct. I understand. That's what I'm saying. But that, yeah. But
when did if Jacob designed it?
No, I had nothing. I wasn't talking about Jacob. I was talking about the other party involved there, why they would have a reason to take a shot because of everything that happened in the past.
Oh yeah, exactly. But again,
so even if it was directly Jacob's creation, then no pun intended, then it was that collab potentially could have happened solely for that reason, to take that shot.
Ed, chickadees are great. I'm a big fan. I want one of his Hail Marys. I think Paul's looking for information.
That's been talked about for a long time, but
is it QSP?
Ding, ding, ding.
Okay, see, I didn't know. We guessed that, but I don't know.
I don't have like hard copy written proof of that, but I've got pretty good insight into that.
Rosecraft does some good stuff. Luckily or unluckily, luckily for me and my budget, I kind of quenched my slip joint I've just got way too many, but I quenched it to where I'm no longer seeking them out. Really, of any, I don't think the right GEC could come on the market that I'd want to grab it. When before I was, I just, I don't know why, but fixed blades have kind of become what I really, really like. Even though I love playing with my folders, I love using my fixies.
Todd, you're correct. They are all quote unquote interpretations, and when you flood the market, it drives down demand. So that's why there's pivoting to different potential revenue sources.
And I think that's where the biggest, I don't know if it was just the market definitely got saturated with the releases, but maybe the demand just didn't quite key up because there's still several patterns where there used to not be any available.
Oh, they've been doing that for almost a year where they're still in stock everywhere. It's because you flooded it, so you decrease the demand for it by putting so many out there.
Right.
And that niche market is only a small percentage because the true collectors don't want the modern interpretations. They want the vintage or the custom versions. So that price point's very hard to hit. So he had to pivot to different price points. I mean, whatever works for his company, great for him. But that's just my take on how you've seen the sales decline, or the ability to be able to pick up stock. I don't know what the direct sales are numbers wise, but Craig, I don't have a lot of experience with the Sleipner. DC-53 is okay at best. It's I'm not a huge fan of either, but I got limited in the limited hands-on with the Sleipner. So if you can give me like who makes them, or if it's the same company, or if you're just looking at or what it's for, budgets, that kind of thing, I can give you either some ideas or some potential substitutes for it. So
very much, Bob. I think that's what you see in a lot of these companies offering either different places of origin and offering their knives in different places like Demco. You can get some made here, some made in Taiwan. In some cases, it's overseas company using different materials to hit different price points and different levels of fit and finish for different price points. I agree, Ed. I actually have two, and I love them both. They're probably my most carried slip joint, but they were cost prohibitive for me going hard in the paint with them. And a lot of those designs didn't speak to me. I've got a low drag jack and a feel good jack. And I reviewed the Midnight Jack, the first little fixed blade. Yeah, I think Sleipner is a tool still similar to D2, but
it is, but it depends who does it, because it's typically European fixies that are using it. So it depends on how it's implemented. I can't remember the names of all the ones I've had in with it, but
I had a Lion Steel that had it.
Lion Steels have done some in it. Was it Fallen Ivan? I think they did some in it. I don't know. I don't know if that's even how you pronounce it or not, but that's that brand. So there's different versions. And Ed, I don't necessarily have a problem with the knives per se. They're okay, but I'll leave it to that. So,
Paul, I traded mine with Shane, and Shane ended up giving it away during one of our Knives Live, because one of the creators that had a knife for giveaway went ghost, left the community, and ghosted the person that won it. And Shane stepped up and sent the guy a knife. because that's how Shane rolls.
Absolutely. Which it wasn't his responsibility to do that, but it was nice of him to do
No,
it.
it wasn't at all. But and that's the way Shane thinks, though. Shane is one of the most generous human beings, and he does a lot of it on the sly. Sobex, there is a guy, Deerlick Forge. I forget his name. I've reviewed one of his knives, but my local store carries them. And the time that it takes him to make these, because he forges a steel too, can't remember how long, but these things are amazing. They're about $800. But like here's an early stage of one. But then if you look at some of his finished product, that's a 5-blade sow belly in CPM 154 with a 12C27 stainless frame with amber stag.
I'm with you, Richard. What's
What do
up,
you
Chris?
think about that?
I'm not a fan, but
I'm not a fan either. But when you look at how it goes
there's
together,
there's a lot of work to it, and I give him credit for making it, but it's just not my cup of tea.
not my cup of tea either. But he makes it in Rogersville, Alabama, and he does, like, when you look at his Damascus, he forges the Damascus.
Right.
Again, not my jam, but a guy that lives literally more country than Shane. And he's making these knives, which I find impressive, especially when you get to the multiple blade ones and you see how they close.
Yeah. Craig, you're correct. You're accurate. And Todd, same as you. The only experience I've had with DC 53 is early on Miguron and one fixed blade that I can't remember the name of. And then the Sleipner was a Lion Steel and then a couple other European fixies, but I don't remember. Again, I'm not a big fixie guy, so if it doesn't come to it doesn't something that interests me. I mean, I'll sharpen them, but it doesn't mean I'm going to remember who they were. So, yeah, it's a type or cousin to D2, but I don't necessarily think it's end all be all. I think there are other options out there depending upon, but it also depends on your price point, what you're looking for. So, I mean, if you're in love with a knife and that's what it comes in, then buy it. That's great. But if you're just looking for a knife to fill a void and you can find it in a
based
price
on what
point,
that void is,
right, in a price point that you want, in a different steel, it might be worth looking at different options. So,
yeah, a lot of
I always look at it that way as value. If I have a need for something, I'm like, what am I going to use it for? What's my budget for, and what's the best I can get out of that, whether it be the steel or the fit and finish, the design, whatever it may be. So,
all right. What's up, War Room EDC? Good to see you, buddy. Dude, those are awesome knives, Richard. One of the things about Knives and More is they've got a case. I was walking out of there Monday after I dropped some knives off, and there's this old man walking in, and he had a canvas tool bag he was carrying, and it was full. And he walked past me, thought I worked there, and he goes, "A guy in my knife club said you bought used knives." And I pointed him up to John. And he was another guy, like people do from all over. What's up, Jay? They come in and they sell him estate knives. So he's got a cabinet for just case knives in the boxes. And the date on all the knives in that cabinet are from 1929 to 1969. And it has the box, the knife. They're like new. Some of them are $300. Some of them are $150. But I mean, there's a huge market out there for traditional knives. I don't know if younger people are using them, but I know overseas they are, like in Europe. When I first started doing shorts and getting a lot of views on them, I would get so many hate comments from European countries because I would do a lot of it from work. Like I'd be flicking a knife walking down the hall of my office. And I could understand why. I mean, they're terrified of knives because people are running around hacking people up. So it's just a different culture.
It's not your fault their laws suck.
No, I know. Again, and I can take the heat. That's why I'm not in my comments much.
There's no heat to take. Get over it.
Yeah, no doubt.
So like I like the looks of them. But I just don't like the practicality of them. So like I've got this, and this is the closest I'll probably ever own one.
That's your Civivi.
Yeah, I love that knife. It's a little liner lock. It's it's thin, small, it's slicey, but
it's a top flipper, right?
Yeah, it's a little top flipper. It's got a little nail nick too, so I can flick off the back of it. Oop. But there's a little liner lock.
You don't like the two-hand nature.
I'm not a walk and talk type, but this is a great little knife, and this is the S35 version that they made for a while. I like the looks of them. I just don't see the practicality of them, I guess. So,
Richard, if you're not interested in them, if you're not in love with them, you can send me pictures. Just text me later, and I'll put you in touch with Tate. He's the younger guy down there. And he'll get them to John and I'm sure you could do it with pictures. But yes, if I was ever going to the last 3 knives I've traded with them. I traded a Benchmade Freak that I didn't carry. I traded a Medford Midi Marauder that I didn't carry. And out of that picked up a couple of knives. So they're the type, if you buy a Benchmade from them for, say, a new Benchmade, they'll give you a discount. It's usually 30%. They give you good discounts there at the store, even though the prices are higher on the boxes. But they'll buy it back from you for what you paid for it, even if it's 10 years, if it's still in good shape, or give you trade value for it. So they're really, they've kind of positioned themselves as the place to go if you're moving knives. That's why early last week, they got in 2 Umnenzons and 5 small Sabenzas, all from one collector. And they were all in the box, cherry. And then they got in that Monkey Frag from another guy. But they've got, CKFs, they've got Kaisers that they don't carry that have been traded. They've got all kinds of stuff. It's just, it's time for me to go back down there and do a walkthrough. I'm waiting for their Benchmade and their Spyderco inventory to come in, so that they've got kind of full stuff. But I love going down there. I go down there every Saturday afternoon at about 5:30 and walk in and see what they want me to review. I might end up working there part-time. They don't have a website, and their Google My Business they're not set up for as much business as they do around the country. They're doing it on the phone.
That makes sense that you could spend some time down there.
Yeah. I wouldn't be opposed to it. I like the guys that work down there. It's a different deal. It's something that it's my kind of my life anyway. As weird as that is to say that knives are kind of my life when it only been 5 years, and it's really the community more so than the knives. It would, Paul. What they could benefit from is, Tate's younger than me. Tate's maybe it's low 30s, upper 20s, and doesn't use social media, doesn't use a lot of that stuff. And they've got an Instagram page, but if I was them, I would be putting stuff on my Instagram page every day, putting some of my knives that I had in there, just feature 1 or 2. Interesting. Does not surprise me.
Yeah.
Yeah, 14C is good.
I would stay clear of steel from over there. That's especially the proprietary stuff. But any of their stuff, if you don't have any way to vouch for it. So
Don't we think that there are people doing a good bit of testing on that stuff more so than not, or you think not?
No, I mean, they're okay. So I know we've talked about it before, but there is zero way to test for accuracy outside of performance based, and none of their stuff has ever tested the same as tests done on things that were done properly from here or other custom places that we trust. You can take a spectrometer and look at the makeup of the steel, and it can show the ingredients are the same, but it doesn't equate to being the same steel. So you could say that steel A has the same chemical compounds that steel B does, but if they don't perform the same, then you can't say that they are the same steel.
Scotty, is this the one you got? These are a pretty good deal at $99, $50 off.
I'm not familiar with that.
The Dadius, I'm not either. What's the blade seal? They're aluminum body. This one's sold out. 154 cm. Just a little single bladed slip joint. Like they've got most configurations in stock. I'll tell you, all these guys, though, every single one of these websites kill you with pop-ups. So I'll probably get another pop-up, the reward club, but then it'll ask me to sign up for something. I just don't like the layout of this site. It's one that it just doesn't seem user friendly. And maybe that's just me. But I like Austin. I like TPK.
Austin's a good dude.
A very good dude. That's a great knife at $250. And I know people said the Stex lock failed. I've got one that it will not close on you. And if these are on sale for $199 and you're looking for a Snex lock, Magna Cut USA made knife, this is a nice knife. I carry it quite a bit. What else they got on sale? Their Dadius. They've got Devo Stouts for $310. Some lefties, PSPs, Berg blades.
So to recap what I was kind of saying earlier, buy whatever you want to buy, but if you're buying steel from over there, then just don't count on it being the same quality or the same steel. But
right.
But if you still want it, then who cares? I've got some of it, and I know it's not the greatest, but I wanted the knife, so I own it.
Exactly.
Just know what you're getting. So that's all.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good point. I mean, just to be informed, right? So you're then making your value choice.
Right.
I don't know much about Esnix, but I have noticed that they seem to always be about the same price as Jack Wolf's and their Chinese knives.
So, yeah, I mean,
but I don't know anything. Does anybody have any experience with them? They seem like the pivot looks like it's in a weird place for one.
I've heard good things about them, but I've never held one, so I don't know.
And it's a slip joint.
Correct.
So you don't have much desire.
Correct.
But yeah, they've got some good sales. I mean, they've got some Rose Crafts on sale. I'm a big fan of the Berg Blade Sweeney. I saw that up here somewhere. I traded my full-size Sweeney. It was a little bit big. I really like that knife. I've got a mini Sweeney that's almost a little small. But that's a very well-made knife, in my opinion. And then I've not tried this fixed blade, the Alpha, but I think it's a good-looking fixed blade. I mean, it looks like almost every other drop point, but
What's up, Jay? I don't know which one.
Pal.
Which one is that one? The collusion. I don't know that.
The collusion is the one we were just looking at with the Jack Wolf and
Jacob.
Jacob. Yeah.
Well,
let's see if it's on their
Jay.
page.
What about something like that instead?
That looks just almost like it, doesn't it?
From a custom maker with better steel,
better heat treat.
Yep. And I don't know what the cost on those is going to be.
It's going to be, I'm going to find it right now.
But
it's going to be Collusion Collab Series, $234.99.
Okay. So you can get one of those and a better steel, better heat treat for roughly close to the same price, give or take.
But yeah, they got it coming soon here on TPK. What size is this? 60 to 61, allegedly S90V, 6.62 inches.
Let me ask this. Are those being made by Jacob?
China, no.
Yeah, okay.
And why is Jacob, what is his, I'm trying to figure out, I'm sure it was Jacob's design, but why would Jacob not make maybe, I don't know, I guess just like Aries, sometimes you can't make enough for what people want. I don't get what Jacob has to gain out of this collaboration.
At all. Other than royalties, but still at that point, why are you selling, not selling out, but why would you sell your design to something that is not necessarily indicative of what you're about?
This allows me to bring you better designs from outside, blah, blah, blah. That's just marketing speak. Yeah, I maybe it doesn't take them much time. And I know a lot of like Edgy American Blade Works, when they did the collaboration with Concept. Hey, Major Powell, just to open it up, a knife that they sell for $1,000.
Yeah, but that didn't go over all that well either.
Huh?
That didn't go over all that well either, though.
No, I don't think so. I don't know how many sold. I bought one.
No, I meant as far as he wasn't real happy with how that worked out.
Where is that information? Because I remember
it was on
telling me that.
It was on the podcast with McNeese and Boatwright.
With Bob DeMarco, or was it just
no? The podcast with McNeese and Chase Boatwright. I think Scott was on there talking with him about it, from my understanding. Paul, I can't say that that's true, but that's an option. And I found it interesting that they're advertising that as Crucible S90 as well.
Well, we know that's not accurate. Unless China's buying Crucible, which we know they're not.
It's funny how no one argues with that kind of stuff.
They just take along that they're calling it that. Kaiser does it. On all Kaiser's informational stuff, it's CPM.
I know.
This, that, and the other. And again, I don't have proof except for everything in my logical brain tells me, because y'all logistically pointed out that impossibility of it being shipped over there, made into knives, and shipped back.
And how it reacts. There's a difference when you test it. It doesn't react the same. So
that would tell you that it's not the same material.
And or the heat treating still sucks. But the fact that, like with the MagnaCut, they can't account for, no one had bought it directly from Niagara. So the person who made the steel said it wasn't being sold over there. So,
And Paul, I bet Shane would take that as a compliment
oh,
because I don't
absolutely.
think I don't think they're competing for
No,
the
they're not in
same
the same
market
market
at all.
share.
Huh?
They're not in the same market share. That I mean, that's
Yeah.
that's not a. He would probably enjoy that and think it's funny.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he would kind of find it as a funny, but I think that Thug is a killer design. And the thing about, and I've heard this on other Jack Wolfs with that are fixed blades, is the sheaths aren't reinforced, and they go through the Jared did it live. Stuck his vampire jack through the sheath, came out about an inch.
Well, you also don't just shove them in there like that either.
Correct. There's user error in that as well. The Thug is the schniznitz.
I just can't wait for it to be done in a folder by USA Maker.
That's going to be awesome.
Yep.
I talked to him last week. I'm trying to get him to send me a couple of things to review and send back because I've never had a American Blade Works on the channel.
Really?
Never. I've handled them. You know, I've played with them. I've never bought one and I've never reviewed one.
You want me to send you mine?
No. I talked to Michael and I just told him, you know, if you want me, and he just gotten some steel and was doing a batch, and he said, no, I'll be happy to, because I can turn them around and have them going back to him within the same week that they come to me. I don't do reviews per se on other people's knives. Like all those knives and more knives are more show and tells than anything else. It's just showing a knife that I wouldn't get to see. And I did the same thing with Michael's. I mean, everybody knows it cuts as thin as it can be.
I was going to say, if you want, I'll send you mine, or if you got anything else you want to check out.
Dude, I'm covered up right now. I'm good. I'm getting ready what I need to do more of, and I've been in creative constipation mode in a bad way. But once I get through some of these single knife reviews, I enjoy doing the collection reviews that have like 7 knives here, 8 knives there, 10 fixed blades there. Those are the ones that people watch. Those are the ones that people want to see according to what they watch. And I don't make nearly enough of them. Their steels are being used in China.
Ron, that's not what. Okay, so I'm talking about directly from the source of.
Hey, level on up.
Laren. This was not a conversation that Niger had. Laren, who has overall total control with MagnaCut, said that 100% Niagara is not selling it outside, and they're financially, there are ways to do it through a third-party source to buy it and ship it, but that makes 0 sense financially, and they would, the cost benefit of it would be so low that no company would do it, and even if they did, then it would perform, but it's not performing. So all things considered, you can virtually count out that any of it is being accurate. So
I think the most telling was
what's up, Roman?
What's the Spyderco guy's name again?
Sal.
Yeah, Sal. When they were
sorry, Eric.
Yeah, Eric. What's his last name? I can't think of it.
Glesser.
Yeah, he was doing the blade. What was it? Texas Blade Show, and they were talking about when Crucible was going through their trouble. What was the future of steel? And he kind of talked about the foundries in China, and China's more of an emerging economy than the U.S. is, where we have dilapidated foundries. They've got the latest and greatest. And Saul, or his son, said, you know, and we all know China's making MagnaCut, and they're making these analog steels, as he called them. Right. But he couldn't say anything bad about it because he has a lot of knives being made over there. So at some point, and Colin and I have talked about this, Shane and I have talked about this, at some point, their steel may test as well as better than what's available over here. And that'll be totally a different story. Oh, Ron's talking about a personal conversation.
Well, I was talking about what Laren said in the personal conversation as well, too. So, I mean, I'm not discrediting what they said to you. I'm just saying.
How does it make sense?
It doesn't financially make any sense for them to buy it through a third party and have it shipped. The weight of shipping, the imports, the tariffs, the cost difference of what they can make it for, it's pennies on a dollar to what they can make it for. So why would they? And they have the highest steel production in the entire world by a large amount.
I've got 5 combat knives, but I like that title. 5 knives that if you come sneaking will leave you leaking. But yeah, think about Ron. I was trying to think about that too, because I thought the exact same thing for a long time.
Yeah, I played devil's advocate with Shane about that when we had the first conversation. And I'm like, yeah, obviously they could have third parties that were to purchase a steel, as a, umbrella corp or something like that. But when you break down the cost, it makes
right.
zero
You take
sense.
a small sheet of Magna Cut to make 20 blades. What does that cost? And then you look at what China sells that knife for, and you're like, there's no way that steel is going into that pricing equation.
Correct. Because I also know pricing of what they're getting OEM for, and they wouldn't be able to sell the knife at OEM for that price point. Even as a loss leader, they couldn't afford to do it. So, and going back to the other point of when you test it, it doesn't test the same. So is there ever been a knife made over there that has been made with real CPM? Possibly.
I would think we could say almost absolutely that they've probably done that on some knives.
Yeah, I can't say, for instance, that I'm not going to make it a generality and say everything over there was a copy or
an analog steel,
an analog type of steel to what it is, but with their history of copying things, low cost, the highest rate of steel manufacturing, low performance of what actual steel comes out, then yeah, I definitely think that there really is a high likelihood that almost everything you get out of there is an analog. So
I'm gonna grab something real quick to show y'all before we get off here. Hold on.
5-door. I saw you sneak in here, buddy. What's happening?
Night, Ed. Have a good one, buddy. So, Kyle, I bought this on Amazon. This is what I was telling you about. See the little box?
Yeah.
Kyle run off.
I'm right here.
So you open it up, and it's got this little thing in it.
Okay.
And that's a ratchet. But you can take off, like if you're working in tight spaces, you can use just that part. If you need to do like a hardcore, I don't know how strong the ratchet is, but you can use it like that. It's modular.
Gotcha.
So you can put it together a lot of different ways. And it's like $30. And it comes full of bits, all the Torx bits.
I got a couple questions to answer when you're done showing that off.
Go ahead. I did a video on that today, which if y'all are wondering why I did a weird video, because that finally came in and I thought it was EDC worthy.
Jesse, give me an idea of what production numbers you're talking about, and I can give you some more background on what I'm talking about or what we were having the conversation on. So, and then Bob. So you can do HRC testing on anything, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to the testing of the steel could be accurate, but it doesn't mean that the steel is the same, if that makes sense. So when you test the hardness of a steel, you're just testing the hardness of it. So you can have a poorly heat treated knife test harder based on the way it was heat treated in the protocol and still be junk. So it has to go down to the actual correct protocol to get to, that's part of what gets to the HRC. Secondly, you can test the steel by a spectrometer looking to see what the makeup of the steel is. and the ingredients. Well, what they have shown to prove is that they have the ability to manufacture analog copies of steels with the quote unquote same ingredients, but it's mixed a different way. So it shows under spectrometer that is the same steel, but it doesn't perform the same. It's not the same quality.
And when Kyle's talking about performance, Bob, a good channel that I watch, and there are a lot that do this, are channels that do as best as you can a controlled, and that's in quotes, controlled cut testing. Stasa 23 is one I think about that'll cut a lot of sisal rope. They'll cut a lot of different materials and see how the edge, which there's a lot of things that factor into that. But that's the performance you're talking about, right, Kyle?
Yeah, obviously, I'm talking about the performance of the steel. Yeah.
So how it cuts and how long it cuts and how many feet it cuts.
Okay, the low hundreds of items produced. This is a hobby level business. To a point, yes.
Thanks, Five Door. I thought it was cool, dude.
They've got a pretty large sector over there that just makes knives in one entire city. So the ability for them to put out their own steel makes sense to them when they're putting out steel for all types of different things. They buy steel from us, but not very much. And most of the steel that they buy from us is specifically for certain things, as in construction, because they are looking for the best for their construction. The rest of the stuff, they don't care. They just make their own. When you go back up, I had a chart one where I looked into it where what they actually import versus export in steel, they export more. I'm sorry, they export more than what we even create. So the fact that, and their import numbers are pretty low as well too. So I'm just talking about for what, as a whole and as a business principle, it wouldn't make sense for them to spend the money for shipping, logistics, the higher cost to bring in a steel.
Bob, I don't think he's saying bad.
I'm not saying bad. I'm saying it's not the same quality as if you were using from a USA sourced maker with, tracking of that. Do I think that there are certain companies that do a better job with it than other companies? Yes. But
Riot being one of those, in my opinion.
I'm not saying it is bad steels. There are a lot of companies that are bad steel for sure.
And there are a lot of USA companies that use soft, bad steels.
Yeah,
maybe not the composition.
I'm not afraid to call out a company regardless of where they're from based on what they're doing. So that's not what I'm saying. But I will say that even if you have a production company from there, say like Riot, they do a good job for what they have and what they put out. Is it in comparison? Is it the same capability performance level of what someone here would do with the same quote unquote steel? No, but they're also willing to produce more items that people are buying than what people here are doing, because the manufacturing here isn't really
robust.
Isn't tooled up for that. Our production here is tooled up for other making money avenues such as aerospace or those type of things. So if we had the want or the desire to make that stuff here, then 100% more stuff could be made here. But with the machine shops here, you can have it done here, and we've already proven that. But the problem is the avenues aren't as plentiful, and they cost more.
And a lot of what people don't realize is the cost is sometimes driven by what Kyle said earlier, is these machines make so much more money running other type of parts for more profitable industry like aerospace,
right,
or things like that. So
if they were making knives that cost them money, then they're not going to do it as a passion project. They're there to make money.
Right. And you've got a few, I think you've got a few knife companies that are smaller companies, but they even have challenges when it comes to steel over your custom makers. And one of the things I learned were like even Benchmade, Spyderco, Riot, they're all using huge industrial ovens to heat treat their steel.
Absolutely.
And they're also wanting to, at some point, warranty the failure of that steel. So for one, I don't think they can control the heat treat throughout the space of the oven as finitely as you can in a small oven, but they're also not going to push the limits because they've got 2,000 blades in there being done. I remember when Lefty was trying to get his HRC up a little bit, they said, well, we can hit it, but we're not going to warranty the blades. If you have a failure or a problem, don't come to us.
See, there's two sides to every coin. I 100% understand it. I don't think it's a fair comparison to compare custom heat treats to production, because that's not fair. Like, we all kind of, it's well known that Spyderco is probably the best production company for heat treats, and even then, their heat treats are not up to what a custom heat treat will give you. But the fact that they don't lie to us about it, I guess. Don't sit there and tell me I'm getting something and I'm not. That's what I have a problem with.
Dishonesty in commerce in general sucks.
If you were to say that, yeah, we're going to give you a steel that is similar to MagnaCut and we're going to heat treat it at 62, and I know at that point what I'm going to get quality out of it, then I 100% am okay with them doing that. Doesn't mean I'm going to buy it, but I respect it at that point. I don't respect being told I'm getting something and it's not.
For example, being told you're getting CPM 154 when you're getting an analog of 154. To me, and I'm not sure that that's happening, but if it was, that would be crossing an honesty, morality type of threshold, which unfortunately, I don't think every trade partner of ours sees that logic the same way.
Yeah. I mean, so again, people buy what they want. I'm okay with that. That's cool. Like, I'm not saying that you're a bad person for buying that. Everyone has their own rhyme and reason for buying something.
I buy all that different stuff. So
I just want people to be informed, and I don't want someone to pee on me and tell me it's raining. Like, just be honest, and then you have the information you need to make an informed decision. We're all grown-ups. Do what you want to do. I'm more standing on the principle of things and trying to get the best for my dollar amount and for everyone else's amount, because unfortunately people get hyped into buying the latest and greatest and the coolest thing and told that this is the neatest thing, you got to buy it. So somebody else can make money off of you. It has nothing. They don't care about what you buy or own. They want to make a few dollars off of what you're buying. And that's not necessarily looking out for the best interests. And I'm not trying to play Captain Save-A-Ho or whatever. I just want people to be informed.
Captain Save-A-Ho.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to.
I think I'm going to call tonight's episode Captain Save-A-Ho. I think that's goddamn awesome.
I mean, I'm not trying to be like, white knighting, but like,
you're making great points.
I want people to have the information to be able to make the decisions for themselves, not to sit there and be told this is what you need to have to be cool like the rest of us. That's not what this is about. It should be about taking your own path, finding what you like, and making your own choices in that, and having the ability to, like we talked about earlier with the AI and stuff, having the ability to have the information to yourselves. So that way,
good question, Bob.
What's that?
Go ahead, keep talking. I was just going to, because I think that's one that's going to stick around, but I'm going to let you answer that after you finish your thought.
Oh yeah, I mean, with what Bob's saying. So when when Crucible sold, the rights to a lot of those steels went forth. So depending upon who gets the steels going forward and what they decide to do with them, as far as the new ownership, will determine what happens with them. I was saying solely up until the point of closure from Crucible, because Niagara was the distributor for Crucible. Crucible didn't sell steels directly to anybody. It went through distributors. So it went through Niagara because they were the ones who were rolling it. Now, is it possible that you're able to get it from different places down the line, depending upon who picks up the rights or who they sell the rights to? Absolutely. I'm solely going off of what was up until that point of closure, where we knew where the tracking of stuff was. So,
All right.
Originally, the point of what Bob was getting at was originally Laren said that MagnaCut, he didn't want it to be sourced outside. Same as like for a long time, people were using overseas. Were using, if you remember correctly, we was using M390, and other companies were using M390 because they couldn't get 20 CV because 20 CV couldn't be sold overseas.
Hey, Bob, I just pinned a video in the comments that I found very good. This is a video right after Niagara took over some of those steels. This is a conversation between Laren Thomas and the CEO of Niagara talking about the future of MagnaCut and some of those steels. I won't play the whole thing. I'm going to give you a little taste of it.
Nerds, I have with me Bob Shabala of Niagara Specialty Metals, and we have a lot to talk about in the wake of the Crucible bankruptcy and a lot of things that are happening right now. Several inch thick pieces. So I think that's awesome that Niagara has been a resistance called Magnamax. So are we going to be able to make that happen now that Crucible is gone? So
yeah, so that's a grade that thanks to you, it's we had a.
That's the head of Niagara. So
yeah, that's Bob.
Bob, if you'll click on that link and watch it, this is a really good video. It taught me a lot because I was surprised.
An initial, actually 2 heats made at Crucible, and the feedback's been great. So here we go. We patented it with you. We also trademarked it. So that gives us the ability to buy from both mills.
They're talking about the next generation of MagnaCut, and here's where Laren asked him about the future of steels that we currently have. And then I'll stop with this because I know y'all hate it.
Equipment. So are we going to continue to make all these grades? I mean, Crucible had a ton of grades, S30V, S35VN, S45VN, S90V, there were so many. Are we going to be able to keep all of those, or are we going to need to simplify the portfolio?
We could, in theory, buy them all, but except for 15V. I think
no more 15V.
Correct.
But anyway, he goes on to say the steels that have redundancies, which a lot of them do in terms of what they do, how they perform. But MagnaCut, my understanding is something we're holding on to very tightly because it's Laren. So with the same with Magnamax, which is supposed to be the next generation. But I don't know where anything's going to be, in 5 years. It's kind of hard to say.
It depends. I mean, so Magnamax is the version that that's one. So I don't know what I can. There were 3 prototype steels out there. Magnamax was one of them that were being tested for the last year and a half by certain makers, certain people in the industry to see how they reacted. One was Magnamax. There was one that was going to be similar to Wear, or they could call it MagnaWear, which was like MagnaCut and CrewWear together. Magnamax is more of the stainless K390, so to speak. And there was another option out there that I don't know if it ever came to fruition or not, but that they didn't talk about because it wasn't released yet. So they weren't going to, the testing wasn't done, but those have been out for a while. And I hope that they actually bring that to market as far as the MagnaWear, like what Five Door is asking, because if you blend those 2 properties, that would be a great steel. I like the idea of the stainless K390 to a point, but also is it the end all be all? No, because it's not going to be tough. It's going to be tougher potentially, but it's not going to be tough like a crewwear.
Do you know the future of the current crewwear?
I don't.
And I don't know if he talks about it in that video, but crewwear didn't come from Crucible, or did it?
Yeah, crewwear is CPM. That's crewwear.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, Paul, to a point, but I mean, Magnamax is not even available for purchase yet for makers.
I love S90V.
There are a few people that can get it, but not very many. You have to be very, very well connected, and it's a small circle until it becomes public.
Because it's still in testing, wouldn't you say, Kyle? In terms of
it's getting to the point of getting released shortly, but not general. Not like, you can't just go buy it wholesale right now. But I know a few makers who could get it if they want. The market could be topsy-turvy as far as how they decide to go with things. And that's, I can't predict that. I don't know what they're going to do. I can follow trends and follow the information that I've got from some sources. But going back to what we were talking about earlier, there's people always say, I want this or want that. To me, there is no perfect steel, and there won't be, because it's always going to be a compromise. There's always going to be, you have, several different things to look at, your toughness versus your hardness, what you can get as far as, HRC, your edge stability, your edge resistance, your corrosion resistance. All these things come into account, and you have to pick the best one for what you're looking for that option. Not everything is ideal for all scenarios. Are there some steels that are designed to be all-around steels? Yes. And that's why they're good at what they do, but they're not the best at any specific category. MagnaCut being one of those. MagnaCut is very good all-around steel. It is the best all-around steel. Now, is it better than everything in all different categories? No. I mean, there are steels that are much better than that in every category of it, but it is overall the best all-around steel. So when people get into that dilemma of arguing what's the best, it's the best for what you're using it for. So like we talked about earlier, people were saying that Maximet was too brittle and that it wasn't a good steel. That was going around for a while because people didn't know what it was or what they're using it for and how to use it correctly. Maximet is a way better steel for edge retention than pretty much anything that is on the market. But it's not tough. It is not laterally stable. And Luke, I don't, buddy. I don't know what you're talking about.
Kyle's spitting truth.
I'm just getting information. If you don't like it, I'm sorry. But yeah,
I think we're just messing with you, dude.
Maximet isn't brittle. What it is a steel that is run super hard to get the best properties out of it. And when ground thin, they can chip if used on incorrect surfaces. Okay, look, sorry. I just didn't know what you're going at, buddy. The Maximet, if you're slicing things and you're not cutting hard objects, you are using it for light tasks, for cutting mail, cutting rope without having crazy abrasive. You're not loading it sideways with any pressure. Then it'll last you freaking forever. It's a phenomenal steel. But again, knowing what its capabilities are, it's not corrosion resistant. It's not tough. But you get the cutting, you get the opposite. But then you take something like a, sorry if you need to interrupt me, John, go ahead. But
no, I'm just listening, dude.
But if you take something like a 14C that has much less edge retention than Maximet, but is infinitely tougher, and it has better stability to it, then 100% it's better for that. But it depends on what are you looking for that task. And not everything is designed to be equal. And that's okay. That's why you can have more than one knife. And all of us have more than one knife. Get what you need for the task at hand. So going back to my general rule of things is when you're looking for a knife or you're looking for a tool, figure out what the use case for it is, pick the best steel for that use case, heat it optimally for the best performance of that steel, then use the geometry to get the cutting or the chopping that you need out of that knife.
Great points. And I think geometry.
I don't. Good.
No, I wonder, like from a knife designer maker standpoint, I would think they probably start with the design of the knife, which is going to be the geometry, and then probably evolve to what they interpret that knife to be used for, and then come up with a steel for that. Right? Wouldn't you think? Or would you think the steel would come and then the geometry? I'm just thinking from a knife maker.
I think it depends on the knife maker. I think that also depends on whether that knife maker thinks the knife is actually going to be used or if it's just a collection or a fidgety piece, right?
Right.
So to me, the difference is kind of in the weeds a little bit, but I think that people don't take into account what they think they need, meaning that they want the latest and greatest, and maybe they're saying that they want to have something that cuts forever, but what they're wanting to cut is something that's tougher, and that doesn't make sense with what the steel that they're getting, or vice versa. If they want something that's going to be super tough, but then they're expecting this phenomenal edge retention that it just isn't capable in that potential steel.
So the balance isn't there for that.
Yeah, it's taking the best of what you can get and then optimizing it into a design that you like. And that's the great thing too. What people don't think about is you can get that with custom. If you save money, you can pick and get exactly what you want with a custom. You can say, okay, fine. I want my geometry to be this because I want to be able to cut this type of material. I want this steel because I want this type of performance. I want this heat treat because I trust this maker's heat treat. You can break all these categories down into what you can control and how much do you want to control that. If you don't care, then just buy whatever off the shelf. It doesn't matter. But to me, expecting someone to adjust their heat treat to get different performance based out of their steel, like as in more tough, maybe you can't softer, makes zero sense. Pick a better steel that's tougher or pick a different geometry. Why would you lose performance out of that optimal performance out of that steel? Yeah, go with what makes sense for nice scooter.
Exactly. Geometry. I think it starts with geometry. Again, what's that geometry's intention? And what I learned, and it's not a book I would recommend people like me buy, but I bought it. It's Laren's book on the knife steel stuff. And it took me a couple of times reading through the blade geometry. But what I learned real quick is metallurgy is science, right? It's chemistry for all practical purposes. So not only is the recipe of what you're making important to get that steel performance, but the optimal heat treat, not the highest, but the optimal heat treat to get the maximum performance out of that steel. And I think what Kyle's saying is that metallurgy takes into consideration a lot of those use cases in terms of, are you looking for toughness? Are you looking for edge retention? And by starting with the steel type, is that what you're saying, Kyle?
Yeah, I'm saying if you're looking for a steel that's going to be trying to get that balance. Okay. Like, I know this might rub some people the wrong way.
Very true, Craig.
But when people are talking about like bushcraft knives and choppers on this, like I want a soft, 5120 steel because that's a hard carbon steel and I'm going to beat it and it's going to be fine. To a point, yes. But if you can get a steel to start with that's just as tough, has better edge retention, and you can adjust geometry like a 3V or like a 14C, and it's stainless on top of that, why it makes the other steels obsolete? Like it doesn't make any sense.
Well, you're talking about taking a whole, I don't know if industry is the right word, but a whole hobby and moving it into a future that's kind of changed because of the metallurgy that's now available to complete those same bushcrafting tasks, right? It's kind of like getting your grandpa to put away his slip joint.
I mean, okay, no, so I mean, like slip joints are fine, but like,
no, I was just saying using that as a, I wasn't, I was
no,
using
but where I was
that as a-
going was the fact that you're using 1095 in a slip joint doesn't make any sense. Like 1095 is so outdated that I don't.
No, my point was that the bushcrafting market, the people that buy that stuff, it's kind of a hobby in and of itself. So they're probably used to those names, like we're used to the names that we buy, right? So if you tried to introduce that concept to them, it would take a little longer for them to see it because they've always used 1095 or they've always used AEBL or whatever. That's all I was kind of saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same. But unfortunately, it's the same flood mentality of, people saying that, not that I disagree that 1911s are the only way to go. It's a great option, but it's not necessarily the only thing that's out there or the best thing that's out there. It depends on what you're using it for. Most people are looking at this, unfortunately, like, oh, this is a cool thing to show off that we talk about, that I got this. These are designed to be tools, and that's it. They're not designed to be like flashy.
Well, the knife
Instagram posts.
the knife at its basic elements not designed to be flashy, but I think a lot of the market now is designed to be flashy. And I think that I'm not going to say 80%, because I've always said jokingly, and I was proven wrong tonight by somebody that works in negative 65-degree weather, but I always thought that the guy who's looking for the perfect skinning elk knife that lives in Alaska is not watching YouTube videos. They know what they need because that knowledge has been passed to them from somebody. Maybe it's Alaska Knives, who knows? But
Jesse, I agree. That was not the point. I was just saying that mentality of that's the only option is silly. Like things can change and get better. So
and change and get smaller and get different for different reasons. And I think design, and I think most of the people, at least that I know, some of them are hard users, but very few are hard users. Most of us don't, and I don't cut hundreds of feet of cardboard. I know a lot of people who do because for them, it's cathartic to cut. I like to cut and break down cardboard, but I'm not doing 1,000 feet and keeping up with how much this knife cut versus that one.
Right.
So I am kind of drawn to design, but at the same time, I'm like Dark Gravity got me kind of in this flaw, but collecting steels, there's a side of
absolutely
everything doesn't have to be. And I'm not saying, Kyle, that I disagree with anything that you said. I'm just saying that you can collect different steels because you want to have a little bit of this, a little bit of that in your collection, and you're not going to push any of it to where the edge is going to be a problem. Irregardless.
I absolutely agree. Like, in what I was saying by the knife is only designed to be a tool at its general core. That's what it's designed to be. We're the ones that promoted, oh, it's got to be drop shreddy. It's got to be action. It's got to be this material. That's all on the collector side. And that's cool. That's fine. But I'm just saying, at the core, it should only be, does it cut? You know what I mean? Like it's like we were talking about that. I've got cheap ass knives. That's a petrified fish in D2. Is it a shitty knife? No. It's an okay knife. Is it great? No. Do I care if I threw it against a tree and broke it? No. Then I've got, like we showed earlier, I've got knives that are a little more flashy. And that's cool too. Like you can have a little bit of everything. It doesn't matter. But the point is, at the end of the day, we're talking about the steels, and what makes up a good knife is, does it cut?
And that's exactly right. And Mick, to your point, I was brand new like 4 or 5 years ago, and I would say I was brand new for a couple of years in here. And this Sobex's point, all I had in my collection was D2, and I never had any problems with any of it. Again, was I hard cutting with a lot of it? No, but I never had corrosion issues. But I think of the knife collecting part of it is kind of a hike. It's a journey, and your journey will be specifically yours, right? I mean, you'll be influenced by different things, but just enjoy it. I mean, there really no wrong answers unless you cut your finger off, which hopefully you won't do. And I've had some pretty nasty finger cuts, but you know, the worst case scenario, you learn from buying a bad knife and you don't buy it again. I've done that before.
And I will say this, I know,
Cliff, that is freaking awesome, dude. All I was saying is you guys are so much more self-sufficient that you probably know the tools that you need to complete, you know, what you have to do to forage and survive, where a lot of the people that watch videos that I make about different knives, I'm showing knives that nobody needs all the knives that we all have, really.
Absolutely not.
But there's you know, nobody needs 1,000 baseball cards or, you know, whatever you collect. I like knives because I like the people and I like sharp, shiny shit.
So what I was going to get at, Javon, was in the grand scheme of things, I know it's like what I talk about is even niche. Like a lot of people don't even care too much about steels, and that's fine. You can be in that category and like the color of a knife or what, it doesn't matter. The reason that I may come across negative sometimes or not like things is solely because that's my journey. And I've learned what I like and dislike. And I dislike poor marketing. I dislike being lied to. I just want open, transparent discussions about what is a good or not good knife, and to have that debate, and that's fine. But I don't want people to feel like they have to purchase things to be cool or to keep up with the Joneses. And unfortunately, I think that gets pushed way too much more than is it actually a good knife.
What I will say 100%. And I was that guy for 3.5 years. Fear of missing out is what I called it.
Yep.
You'd watch the build up, the hype. You wouldn't want to miss out on it. So if I didn't pre-order it, I'd immediately get it when it dropped, or try to kill myself getting it when it dropped. And a lot of those knives I still have. A lot of them I don't. But it was, you know, there's a lot to what makes people want to acquire different things, right? A lot of it's keeping up with the Joneses. A lot of it looks cool. A lot of it for me, I think, was I was new. Like I said, the QSP Penguin was probably my first oh shit moment. Knives have changed. And then I started watching a lot of knife content, collected a lot of Civivis, Kaisers, and then started seeing other stuff like the Nimbles and things like that. It was something I chased because was I feeling like I was going to miss out on it? Yes. But did I also want it because it looked like the next step of something I thought was really cool? Yeah. So, you know, I would have bought a lot less knives if I hadn't watched a lot of content. But was the content making me buy it? I think yes, in a lot of ways, because I was made aware of something. Kind of the same reason I bought that tool I just showed you guys, that little T-ratchet, which I recommend to anybody. Feel free to click my link or just go to Amazon. They've got like 1,000 makers. I went and just looked at the best reviews, who had the most reviews, but not something I need, but just something that seemed cool. Am I going to use it to put knives together? No. Would I've used it when I was working on my mom's, when she was recushioned her dining room seat and I had to do like 5 chairs? It would have been great. Will I have to do that again? No. But I thought it was cool. So there are a lot of reasons we do crazy shit.
Yeah. And like I said, I mean, you buy what you want, and I'm not negatively talking about it. I'm saying from my standpoint, I'll tell you what I think is a good or not good knife, and based on the reasons why. And I'm not going to hold back, but I'm also not going to look down on someone if that's what they want. Like who cares? It's your money. You get what you want.
Yeah,
I just want
you
that
came
Zinco.
from the same
And you
place, I
know.
think. I think you didn't you start collecting budget knives before you collected other knives, or did you more move into? Because a lot of people
Oh,
just collect
no.
nicer knives
No,
and make better decisions.
I definitely started with budget shit. This is the first Thai knife I've ever had. Was the Thai Penguin. That was the
What a
first
great knife.
That was the first knife I ever got. That was a gift to me. Because before that, it was again the budget stuff that I could afford at the time. And then I worked my way into it and started learning what I like. Then I got rid of most of the budget stuff that wasn't gifts and started saving money or trading up or doing whatever I could to get into knives that I did like more. And you become more informed about what you like and don't like, what's out there, what's available, and how to best use your money to get the most value.
And that's a lesson I wish I learned, and not a lesson because I don't know if I would have necessarily stayed as engaged with knives, but I wish I'd done that earlier. And that's something that Dark Gravity kind of didn't beat into me. He just made me see it, reduced it to the ridiculous. If I would quit buying so many knives, which I was buying all the time, I didn't have a channel at this point, but if I could withgo those 5 Civivis in a month, I could afford that Hinderer because it's the same amount of dollars.
Exactly.
So once I got to that mindset, it did change because I like the nicer stuff. I still love, there's some great budget knives out there, but personally, it's kind of like I've been through that part of the hike. And I still find them great. I still like showing them to people because I know there's a very large market that just buys those. That's what I bought. But there's some good ones.
Yeah. And that's the thing, that whatever path for you works. Just because you get a more expensive knife doesn't mean that's going to make you happier. And don't take it that way. But along that journey, you learn what you like and dislike, what materials you like and dislike. And
Ron, that's real fear of missing out. That's not what I was necessarily referring to. I get what you're saying, but in most cases, I didn't mean to cut you off, Kyle. Please hold your train of thought. But in most cases, there's going to be another run unless it's one of those, what do they call them, the Spyderco runs that they only do once. If the knife's successful. But no, if you want something and you really want it, that's different. I was buying almost everything that my buddy Lefty was showing. You know, I dug his stuff. I dug his style. We had similar styles. He knows it. And I love him still. I hope to do Off the Edge real soon. But it's just, I didn't want to not get the thing. It wasn't, if it was a certain thing that I'd been wanting and I didn't want to miss out on it, like what's that Sparrow knives?
The Strix.
Yes. If I want like a Strix, that's a great example of one that I would love to get. And they're hard to get. So yeah, they're differences.
I know it's a small percentage of the knife market, but what drives me crazy is the ones that are like, that they hype knives and they're like, oh, you got to buy this. If you don't buy this, you're not, you're not part of the group. You're not cool. Or like, you got to have this latest drop of this. It's like, buy what you want. Who cares? You don't need to write in the chat, oh, I got this knife. It just, that's saying I need a pat on the back to be loved by people on the internet you're never going to meet. Like, just buy what makes you happy. That's cool. Like,
enjoy it, talk about it. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, but don't ever feel, because there were times when, dude, I was that guy, Kyle. I mean, I was the guy in the chat.
I understand that goes through part of the growing process. When I first started out, I was similar too. But then you grow as you learn what you like and dislike. But you don't need confirmation bias by saying I got the latest, coolest thing. That doesn't. If you love it, cool, that's great. But don't let anyone talk you into, you got to have this to be part of that. Like,
I'll tell you something. I see a lot of new cool knives, and they are new and cool, but hanging out with that Monkey Frag Unanzon that's down there that I forget how many years old it is, maybe 3. God dang, dude. I mean, there's some fantastic knives that are timeless. And then there are knives that, there was a great video. Do y'all know who Professor EDC is? He's Hispanic. He does 2 lives or 2 weekly recaps, one in Spanish and one in English. He did a thing about the difference in knife designs and timeless designers. And it was a really well thought out video. He does a lot of really good videos like that. I'm going to find his channel and drop it in the chat. Because Professor EDC, if you want a good outside perspective, this guy lives in Mexico. He's very, very knife knowledgeable. He has a fantastic collection. And he's had to acquire all of these from out of the country. But he does one, and he did it about 3 or 4 months ago, talking about knife designs, knife designers, and what's the difference. And it was just fascinating.
That's a good point, Luke. I don't know. This stuff does last forever. What's up, Fog?
What is up, Fog? Where's Professor EDC? Why is he shadow banned? You know, YouTube is a scary, scary platform. I'm glad. Not EDC Professor. Because they can literally make you invisible overnight.
Yep.
I can't find. It's not EDC Professor with 38 subscribers. It's Professor EDC, and he's got.
Five Door. Did you send out a package, or are you just receiving packages nowadays?
I can't even find him in my subscribe to list. Y'all carry on amongst yourselves while I do something.
Ed the Rook is cool. That's a cool knife. He's done some pretty wild designs for sure. What's up, Pedro?
What is up? People who I don't see. All right, where's my list of Professor? Man, he's not pulling up. I'm not pulling up any of his videos. Maybe it's something. Maybe his channel name's different. It's probably just me. I'm gonna quit looking for it.
Five Door. Not everyone likes a taker. Sometimes you got to be a giver.
I'm more of a giver. Absolutely. For a lot of different reasons. But I'll tell you what YouTube did for me. It saved me about $150 on my lawnmower. Because I first tried to rebuild my carburetor to no avail. And then I got on Amazon and for $17 bought a new carburetor. And I can start my lawnmower with one pull. I've cut my grass like 3 times, haven't had any issues, and I feel like a man. And I should have filmed it. So YouTube can be very, very helpful. But it's a scary platform if you were making a living on it, which I'm not. I mean, I get money off of it, but they could at any time say, you know, you're done.
Right.
You are done. You're shut down. And I've heard of people who had their just Google Ads account closed, or they get hacked or something, and then people do some. It's scary. I mean, I think I told you guys. I don't know if I did in a live or not, but about 3 weeks ago, I couldn't log into mine, so I had to reach out through chat on my phone and go through this test to see if it had been hijacked, and it hadn't. I just had logged in under a different Gmail because I'm an idiot. It was after Windows update, which sucked, by the way. Windows updates.
Oh,
you Mac people rock. Are you tired, Kyle?
I'm getting there, but it's 2 here.
It's 1 here. We need to break. It's been 4 hours. Guys, I appreciate everybody hanging around. I really do. Y'all inspire me. I enjoy hanging with you guys and gals. Hopefully you like Tuesdays, sit and spin a little earlier. I'll keep doing it this way, and we will go from there, guys. Kyle, you got any parting words? Anything you want to share? knives you want sent in to be sharpened?
The one thing I want to say is what I'm talking about things passionately. It's take it with a grain of salt as far as how it affects you. I'm not ever trying to be negative towards anyone or what they purchase. I want you to be happy. I just trying to give the information, the knowledge that I have for people to make the best decisions possible for themselves. So
awesome to hear. And I knew that, but I'm glad you said that because you never know how people in chat hear things.
And I know because there's a lot of companies that I say I don't like, and people were like, "Oh, well, that's a great company." That's fine. It may be a great company for you. It's just,
you and I do that. I'm a Kunwu fan, and
Right.
you know that we have arguments, or not arguments. Why I always ask why, and you tell me why.
That's
but it's
why.
okay to like different stuff. And it's, to
Absolutely.
me, I think you're a wealth of information, and I love learning about the things I don't know much about. Blade steel being one of them that I've attributed a lot of it I've learned from you. Same with sharpening. So I appreciate you, dude, and I appreciate all you guys. But do me a favor, look out for the guy or gal to your left. Oh, Friday night, please come by. Andrew Kidd's going to be here for a little while with Lucky Dog Knives. He's going to be here with Kyle and I, showing off some new stuff he's got coming in. I know Richard was kind of stoked to see some of that stuff, to find out a date and when some stuff was going to be here from Canada, because he has David Mary Customs make his stuff. But look out for the guy or gal to your left. Look out for the guy or gal to your right. Look out for each other and go forward. With love in your heart, choose debate, not hate. I love you all.
Do you know that you're right or wrong? Do you know that you're right or wrong?